And we're live. There we go. Let's play some music. I'm a little bit late. I'm 5 minutes late. But here I am, and we are going to do this thing. Let me know if my voice is too low or too loud. I don't think it's too loud because my voice volume meter is just hitting yellow. So I think we're good. Yeah. Hello, everyone. How many people do we have so far? Five people. All right, we'll wait. Hello, Matt Mick. Hello, Joshua. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Let's get some music on. Oh, boy. The news today has not really been that interesting, I'll be honest with you guys. Hello, Daniel. Hello, B. Hello, Viejo. Simic. Zdravo, zdravo. And the internet is, of course, acting a little bit retarded. Or is it not? Got 9 people watching. Awesome. We are increasing the views. And why is this video not playing? I think YouTube is punishing me for using ad blocker. YouTube is working. Don't know why. For the life of me, I cannot play background music. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Okay, it was playing there for a second. Why didn't it want to play? Volume is good. All right. It's weird. Safari. Music is working on Firefox, actually, just fine. Music pretty hot. Pull it back a little bit. Hold on. Window capture. Where is Firefox? There it is. And let's put in another screen capture. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh. Windows capture. And let's make it. Oh my gosh. Music is too loud. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Where's Chrome? Chrome. Don't know why this is. I don't know why YouTube is all of a sudden has difficulty working. I don't know why. It was working just fine before I turned on OBS, and it just stopped. I don't know. I hate when this kind of shit happens. Hold on. I apologize for this, guys. Really do. Hola. Buenos tardes. Police raid. Where's Google Chrome? Okay, here it is. All right. All right, should work. And okay, is music too loud? Music's too loud. Too loud. Let me know if it's too loud. Is the music too loud? Let me know. Heretic. That movie looks pretty good. I have not heard of the film Stella. Is the music too loud, guys? Let me know. Let me know. It's better. Okay, how about now? Way too loud. Alright, how about now? is what happens. All right, how about now? 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 Loud. Okay, how about now? Drop it 40%. How about now? That's good. All right. It's good. All right. All right. All right. We'll keep it there. We'll keep it there. Kind of loud. Too loud. How about now? All right. 1 second, guys. 1 second. That's good. Or how about now? Hello, Conspiracy Corner. Sorry, a bit more down. Or how about now? That should be good. That should be good, guys. That should be good. Like, there's no way that's too loud. All right, how about now? It's good? It's good? All right, we're going to go on. All right, guys, this is the Friday live stream where we are going to be talking about current events, culture, music, smoking, films, and other things, because this is how we begin the weekend. Listening to a complete and total stranger talking for 5 straight hours, powered up by carbs and coffee. All right, so the news today, I'll be honest with you guys, the news today was not as interesting as I would like it to be, as I wanted it to be. The news is pretty much all the same. I spent several hours today, well, maybe about 4 hours today looking through the news, and it was just, it's just insane. It's just the same thing over and over again. Okay, Russia fired an ICBM somewhere. Putin says that, hey, we got more of this, and if you want to mess around with us, we got more of these. We got more of these ICBMs where they came from. And Russia even said that, hey, this military base in Poland, that's not too far away from us. Yeah, that's actually a viable target, and we actually could hit it if you piss us off enough. So mess around and find out. And then you have basically the Americans saying, yeah, you know, we're going to help Ukraine, but things might soften up a little bit. And the British are still going on hardcore. Yeah, that's right. The British are still going on hardcore. You have Keir Starmer, the lunatic with the glasses. He's still talking about supporting Ukraine, and the British have this training program for Ukrainian soldiers, and the program, I think, is going to continue on, I want to say, until 2025. So things, I don't know what the British have in store, but the future is bleak, as it always is, and we rarely ever feel good about what is to come, I'll be honest with you guys. Very few people are actually seeing what is happening. What is actually happening is a switch to the right and nationalism. That's actually what's happening around the world, and we'll be talking about that like we do in every stream that we do here, and also like I do in pretty much every video that I've done. Not all the videos, of course, but in a lot of the videos that I do, I talk about what is happening, the current trends, what is transpiring in the world, and what we are transitioning to, because we are transitioning into a new world. We are going through a great transition, and it's happening in real time, everyone. Real time. The camera kind of slowed down there for a second. Now, for you tech nerds out there, I wanted to ask you guys a question about technology, because I'm not very good at that, but I am getting a little bit better. I am seeing some progress in my knowledge on streaming technology and recording and things of that nature. What would be a really good camera? Because right now I'm using the built-in camera that I have. It's an HD camera. It's 1080 HD. It's not bad quality. I mean, as you can see, the image isn't bad. It's just that, look, it's slowing down because I'm using 12%, 10% CPUs. And I honestly have no idea why this thing is using so many, 16 CPUs. I mean, like, how the hell does that happen? I don't get it. How does that happen? I don't understand. How am I using 10 CPUs? 17, I'm looking at it in real time. 17 CPUs. What the hell is going on? I have no idea, but it's just driving me crazy. I don't know how it got, not 17, sorry, 10 CPU, not 17. 10 CPU, that's still pretty high, and I have no idea how the hell it's going up to, now it's 9.5. I don't know why it's going up to 10 CPUs. How is this happening? I don't understand. It just drives me crazy. So I think it's because I'm using the built-in camera in the computer. So the computer is using its own camera. The computer it has OBS running. We're streaming at the same time, so there's a lot of energy being burned. And I think that maybe I can sort of relieve my computer system a little bit if I get a separate camera and connect the camera to the computer somehow, and maybe that'll use less CPUs. I don't know, but I do have a depth stretch webcam. It goes up to 4K HD. I think it's HD, but it goes up to 4K visuals. The problem is that it's like really shitty quality if you don't have any lighting. The thing about this built-in Mac camera is that it has kind of a natural lighting system. It has a built-in lighting system, so the lighting is already good. Plus, I have a lamp here. I have the ceiling lighting here, and the lighting looks decent enough, really. So I don't know. Any news on the pedo cam? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Separate camera will use less CPU. That's what I'm thinking. It'll use less CPU. So I was actually testing this out a couple of nights ago. I used my cheap depth stretch camera, and I increased it through the OBS all the way up to 4K visual. And there was actually less CPUs being used because I was using a separate camera. Only problem with using this camera is that it's kind of garbage. Get a streamer light ring. Here, let me see if I can show you guys the depth stretch. So wait. Yeah, so here is I'm using 15 CPUs. Let's see if it goes down. Now it went down to 10. All right, now it's down to 10, 10.4, 9. It's going down. So this is the shitty, cheap ass depth stretch webcam that I have here, and it's not terrible, but it just needs a little bit of lighting. If I could just get some lighting here, it actually will be okay. You know what I mean? Like it'll actually be okay. And plus, I got to get the background music thing. Now it went up to 10, so I'm not really seeing a huge progress here, a huge development here, a huge change. So I'm just gonna go back. You went dark. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like, it sucks. I really don't like this this depth stretch camera. This is way better, right? Like just visually speaking, this is way better. I have no idea why. I don't know why. Ever since I started using OBS filters, all of a sudden my computer started acting retarded. My computer was acting fine. It was looking fine. The visuals on the camera of this computer were looking fine. OBS was working fine. Right when I started using OBS filters to better the quality of my voice through my heel or hail, however you call this microphone, the computer just started acting weird and retarded, and I think it's because I don't have a computer that's fit for streaming. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know what to do, but here we are. We are good. We're streaming. It's a 9.7 CPU, so it's not too bad. 9.5 CPU, so now it's going down a little bit. We can just bring it down to like 7. That'll be amazing. I had to bring my OBS down to 30 frames per second, so 30 FPS. And 30 FPS isn't bad. I brought down the visuals to 720 as opposed to 1080. You only need Streamlight rings. OBS filter takes a lot of memory. Yeah. F12 gigabytes. You only need Streamlight rings. OBS filter takes a lot of memory. Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's strange, guys. But anyway, yeah, so somebody in the comment section brought up the what do you call it? The ICC issuing an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. That is pretty, it's kind of surreal, I'll be honest with you. And the reason why I say it's surreal is because I've never heard of that happening before. I've never heard of an Israeli prime minister having an arrest warrant issued out for his arrest. I've never heard of an Israeli prime minister being officially considered as a war criminal. It's just surreal. It really is. What kind of a computer is this? I'm using a, this is an iMac 24-inch M1 2021 model. 2021, right? I mean, God have mercy. 2021, that year. That's freaking ancient times, guys. It sucks. 2021, that was a terrible year. It was like COVID was still going on. Everybody was talking about some new variety, I remember, of some new variant of COVID. Everybody was getting infected with it. And then people were still freaking out about the disease, and it was just insane. But will the streamer light not use more CPU? I have no idea. I'm going to have to research it. Good afternoon, Ted. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. We're doing good. Just living. Reading the news. And I'm going to be sitting here on this chair for probably like the next 5 hours, or roughly that amount of time. 23 people watching, not bad. So here we go. So let's talk about Israel here for a second here, because somebody brought up Israel. And what are Israel's plans for Gaza? And nothing really surprising. That computer should be more than adequate. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I think maybe I'm just... I think if I turned off all the OBS filters... here's the thing. I think this is the problem, is I'm using OBS sound cancellation. Now, OBS sound cancellation is freaking amazing. I'm not going to lie, guys. It is... amazing. If you ever start streaming, or if you ever start recording your own videos, and you want to have sound cancellation, now there's several ways that you can do. Well, I know of 2 ways that you can do sound cancellation. One is to bring your gain really, really low. Bring your gain down really, really low. And then another way to do it. Let me know if my sound quality is good. Another way to do it is to actually just use a sound cancellation program. And OBS has, I think, 3 different filters for sound cancellation. One is, I think it's called I forgot the name of it, but it's like a sound control filter. And what that does is it gives you a gauge in which you can control the threshold for how loud and how close you have to be to the mic before the sound cancellation basically mutes any sort of sound. Now, that can be very, very powerful. The problem with that method is that, and I've used it before, and I saw some issues. So if I'm using the system where you change the gauge for the sound cancellation threshold, so to speak, if I'm talking like this, okay, it'll sound decent. If I just move a little bit by accident, or if I just go to breathe or something, if I just move a little bit as I'm saying a word, it can cancel half of the word. So I could be saying something like, hey guys, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but a lot of people are just going into some crazy ass fringe groups. Fringe groups. Oh, damn. Like, and that's just not good quality, right? I don't want to do a video where you're listening to me and then all of a sudden a half a word is being pronounced, and then that happens 5 or 6 times in the duration of the video. I mean, that would absolutely suck. I would hate that shit. I would absolutely hate it. And I did do a video. You can see an example of this where this technical problem was demonstrated. It's my video that's titled how fanatics take power. I think that's the title of the video. If you watch that video, you'll notice there are several times where my voice like halfway mutes in the middle of me pronouncing a word. My position is wrong. Well, I don't think so, because this is a heel or a hail. I don't know how you pronounce it, but the way that you talk into it is through the top of the mic. It's not one of the mics where you do that. It's not. See, my voice is probably distorted right now, right? You can't talk. You're not supposed to talk to the side of the mic. You're not supposed to talk to the side. You're supposed to talk to the top of the mic. This is an old ass 2000 and I want to say 08 or 09 model of a heel mic. It's not pronounced heel. It's heel. I just call them heels. I don't know. For a while I said heil, and that sounded wrong. Like, it's a heil mic. I don't remember. But anyway, I bought this at a Guitar Center back in 2009, and the guy at the Guitar Center told me that this was actually a really good mic. And at that time, these mics were really good. This is the Heel PR30. The Heel PR30 is still considered to be a really good mic. Nowadays, everyone's getting Shure. Everyone's getting a Shure or a Blue Yeti. The Shures are, I think, the top-of-the-line mics right now. They're considered state-of-the-art. Everyone's getting them. I think Joe Rogan has a Shure. Asmongold has a Shure. I think just a lot of people are getting them. And they're really, really good quality mics. But they're really, really expensive. They're like $380-something or whatever. Now, I'll tell you guys a really funny story. I know we're supposed to get into the news and all that stuff, but the way I like to do these streams, I need to button up my shirt. Like, who the hell am I kidding? I did not do that on purpose, by the way. This loose button thing, walking around like a Mexican with the cologne on, with the strong cologne. I don't like that image, but anyway, yeah. The way we do these streams is basically this is just how I'm gonna talk. And a hail, is it a hail mic in German? Okay, whatever. It's not spelled hail. Is it hail? Is it a German mic? I thought it was an American mic. I don't really see a whole lot of people using these mics anymore. Heels. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. How do you pronounce heels? Heel mic. How do you pronounce these damn things? Heel mic pronunciation. How do you pronounce this damn word? YouTube has decided to not work for me on my Chrome, and I can tell you exactly the reason why. Google has stopped working right now, even though it was working perfectly fine before I started streaming. It was working perfectly fine, and I come over here to start the stream, and it just says, hey, we're not going to work anymore. Here's a nice little ring, but that's just going to loop over and over again, because I know exactly why. It's because I'm using ad blocker. I can't do it, guys. I can't enjoy YouTube with freaking ads. Now, in the beginning, it was somewhat tolerable, right? They were like 5-second ads. Okay, fine. I can understand that. Now you're getting like 2-minute long freaking ads, guys. It's like 2-minute long ads, and you get 2 of them in a row, and I just want to listen to a song. I just want to listen to a song. That's it. That's all I want to do. Heil. There we go. That's the right way. Yeah, this guy got it right. You're right. Yeah, now I remember. Heil. Is it Heil? Heil. Well, I think I did say that earlier. Heil. Is it heel? Heil. Anyway, it isn't. Whatever. I can't do the ads, guys. I just want to listen to a song. I'm just trying to listen to ATB or something, some electronic techno stuff. And I got to deal with some ad that's telling me about some bullshit-ass video game scam. And I don't want to do it. You know, I don't want to do it. It's like, I'm going to use ad blocker. And I used ad blocker for years. And I didn't know that ad blocker existed. Do you know who this is how lousy I am with technology, guys. This is how lousy I am with technology. Do you know who told me about ad blocker? Do you know who told me about ad blocker? My grandmother. Yeah, not my mom, not my dad, not a friend. My grandma told me about ad blocker. And my grandma told me, she said, I don't deal with no ads. I don't deal with that bullshit. I said, how in the hell are you not getting any ads? She says, for one, this is what she told me. This is how old was she? This is like an 87-year-old woman telling me this stuff. She's like, for one, I only use Firefox. I don't use Safari, and I don't use Chrome. She says, secondly, I use ad blocker, and she gave me the name of the ad blocker that she was using. I forgot the name of it. It was like Google Chrome ad blocker or something like that. But she said, you have to get the Firefox. Firefox is really good. And I didn't understand why Firefox was better when you're using an ad blocker until recently, because now Chrome has been going hardcore against ad blockers. So now I got to go down to Firefox to make sure that the ad blocker is still working, because Chrome is going hardcore on ad blocker. And I'm thinking, man, I remember the days when YouTube was seen as an alternative to television, whereas now YouTube is basically television. YouTube and other online streaming platforms and video uploading platforms are basically just they're television. There are people who are my age who probably haven't turned on a television to watch TV for 10 plus years. No joke. I kind of stopped watching television back in like 2009, 2010. Now, there were a couple of times when I did turn on the television, but as far as seriously watching TV like people used to do, I haven't really done that since 2010 or 2009. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. A lot of people are just going on the internet and watching stuff. And initially it was great because, man, I could just go onto YouTube. Before, it was, well, you went on to television, right? You turned on the TV, and what was on? What was on was whatever the options that were available for you. So you had, I don't know, King of the Hill, The Daily Show, Jon Stewart. That's what was on. Fox News, CNN. If it was in the morning, you put on The View. If it was the morning, you put on The View, some bullshit early morning television for a good laugh. You watched Montel. I had a friend, him and I used to watch Montel. Yeah, we used to watch Jerry Springer, Maury, Montel. We always found that shit hilarious. In the evening time, it was Dr. Phil. I used to watch those shows. When I was in California, I used to watch them. I used to watch Maury sometimes. You Are Not the Father. Montel Williams. Believe it or not, one time Montel Williams started following me on Twitter. It's crazy, I know, but it's the truth. I couldn't believe it, but this was back in, I want to say, 2014. And my website blew up. Our website, the website that belongs to my dad and I, it blew up. We were getting millions of views. It was insane. It was absolutely insane how many views we were getting. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at my Twitter page one day, and I see Montel Williams started following. I said, this has got to be a joke, right? This has got to be a parody page. No, it was the real Montel Williams. It was the official Montel Williams Twitter account, and he followed my page on Twitter. It was I don't know if he's still following me or not. I actually lost a whole bunch of followers on Twitter over the years. I don't know how that happened, but I think I had like close to 6,000 followers, and then it declined all of a sudden. It declined. What's the word? The big word that some people like to use to sound intelligent? Precipitously. It declined precipitously. Everything declined precipitously. My Facebook page declined precipitously. Everything just went down. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's the past. Who cares? It's over. You know what I mean? So, but at one point in time, you would come home from school or work if you were old enough back then. But in my case, it was school. So you'd come back home from school and you'd put on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. I used to watch that shit almost every night at one point in time. I thought it was hilarious. King of the Hill. Everybody Loves Raymond. And then later on, I started watching Kings and Queens with Kevin James. That was a really funny show. My Wife and Kids. That was another funny show. So I used to watch all these shows. But the one thing that I really loved was those talk shows where they would bring they would bring guests on, and the guests were super dysfunctional people, and then the host was the therapist who was trying to help, or really the person who was making entertainment out of people's dysfunction. So you'd watch once in a while Jerry Springer, but for the most part it was Dr. Phil or Maury. Sometimes we'd watch a little bit of Montel, and it was just entertainment for me. It was just I never really watched those shows to gain insight from the wisdom of Dr. Phil. It was just, what hilariously dysfunctional shit are we going to be seeing on Dr. Phil today? You know what I'm saying? And that shit was entertainment. And my father told me one day, he said, those shows are not meant to help anybody. Those shows are meant to entertain people, because one man's misery is another man's entertainment. And he's absolutely right. It is. I don't know why do we as humans like to see other people's dysfunction and we find it entertaining? Explain that one to me. Can someone help me out here? Why? Why is that? But that is 100% the case. Now, I don't really watch so much of that stuff anymore, but something happened at around, 2006, where this thing called YouTube popped up. And I remember I was in high school, and I was in the school library. I'll never forget it. I was in Mexico when YouTube came out. I was in the school library, and there were some Mexican kids there who said, "Have you heard of this thing called YouTube?" And I was like, "No, what is that?" And I checked this out. Man, I was looking at it, and from that moment on, I said, "This is it. We're hooked. This is it. This is it, guys. We're gonna be watching YouTube every single day." And that was old school YouTube. That was old school YouTube days. I was living in Mexico, and I had absolutely zero thought about getting into YouTube and talking in front of a camera. Like, that never occurred to me when I first saw YouTube, because I was still stuck in the time that I had been accustomed to. I was still stuck with television and things like that. Then after my junior year of high school, I started doing a little bit of uploading here and there. And then after I got out of high school, I got more into YouTube and things like that. Cops, yeah. There was a show called Cops. And I remember we would watch Cops. That was another show that we would watch. That was a very, very popular show. I think it was at one point the #1 show in America. And nowadays, you don't even have to go onto television to watch the show Cops. You could just go onto YouTube, and there are various YouTube channels that give you the craziest cop videos ever. There's Police Activity. I think Police Activity is the best one, because they show mainly shootings. They show you mainly cops shooting bad guys, which is always cool to see. And then there's Midwest Safety, which is a really good police YouTube channel. Midwest Safety doesn't really show a whole lot of shootings. They're showing mainly cops arresting really dysfunctional and obnoxious people, and people who are dangerously stupid and reckless. And then there is, I think there's another channel. I think it's called Blue Body Cam or something like that. There's a whole plethora of police body cam video YouTube channels that are really good. And I think the best ones, if I had to choose, are Police Activity and Midwest Safety. Those two channels I think are the best. I look at those channels pretty much every day. Most of the times it's just cops shooting bad guys and winning. Once in a while, you will get a tragedy. You get a terrible, terrible tragedy where a cop is killed. And if I see a video where a cop is killed, I have very little willingness to click on those videos. I do not want to click on them. I don't want to see cops being killed. I hate it. I get really upset when I see cops being killed. I get really angry when I see police officers being killed, and it makes me hate those damn politicians who hate cops even more. I hate those politicians who are like, what we need is justice. And when they talk about justice, that basically means screwing police officers over and making it easier for criminals to get away from justice. So yeah, there was Dog the Bounty Hunter. I've never heard of Pat Mayo, but there was Dog the Bounty Hunter, and we used to watch Dog the Bounty Hunter all the time. That was another very, very popular show, I remember. Yeah, we used to watch Dog the Bounty Hunter. And so I remember being introduced to YouTube, and I started YouTubing after my junior year of high school. Then I started really getting into it after high school. Sometime after high school, I remember I knew this kid when I was a junior in. I was a junior in high school. Yeah, I was a junior in high school, and there was this kid. I remember his name was Kevin, and Kevin was an atheist. He was an atheist student that I used to hang out with sometimes. We used to talk in class pretty much. Beyond school, we didn't have any communication, or we never really hung out. But in school, we used to talk and hang out. So I remember Kevin was an edgy atheist. And he was kind of typical for those days. It was in the days of being an edgy atheist. And maybe, who knows, maybe now he has found the Lord. I don't know. Maybe he has changed wherever Kevin is. But Kevin was an edgy atheist. But for some reason, we got along, which was amazing. I don't know how that happened, but it did. And we did get into atheistic debates. We did get into debates over atheism versus theism, of course. But what was interesting is that we always got along. It was the strangest thing ever. I hope Kevin is good. He joined the Marine Corps. He told me he joined. I don't know if he got accepted, but I'm pretty certain he did get accepted into the Marine Corps because he was just so adamant and so willing to join the Marine Corps. And he was a part of some kind of I remember he was a part of a training program to get himself in shape and physically prepared for boot camp. So I'm pretty certain he made it. But the last I saw him, I want to say before I graduated high school, and I saw him on campus, and he looked very different. He was physically in much better shape, and he told me that he was getting into the Marine Corps. Who was Kevin? I just explained it. He was a student that I used to hang out with when I was in high school. So I remember Kevin and I, one day, we were talking about YouTube in class, and we were talking about YouTube and how crazy it is. And I said, man, I think I said something like, yeah, YouTube is cool. You can listen to music or something. And Kevin, I remember told me, he said, have you been on YouTube? They have these people who just sit on their asses and they just talk in front of a camera. I said, yeah, I know, it's pretty retarded, right? And he's like, yeah, dude, they just sit in front of a camera and talk. Like, who the hell wants to see that? Fast forward to today. Fast forward to today, my friends. Look what I'm doing right now. Sitting my ass in front of a camera and talking for hours. So times have changed. Our mindsets have changed. Our perceptions on certain things have changed. And like everything else, the world has been changing for a long time. And so now with the internet, what do you have? You have all these alternative sources of media. You have the world's media at your fingertips. I can go online right now, and I can go on to all the American media publications, Fox News, New York Times, Politico. I'm not sure if Politico is American, but I can go Western. Let's just put it that way. Right? Let's just put it that way, right? I can go to all the Western media publications, New York Times, Politico, Washington Post. You got to pay money now. Then you can go to BBC, Reuters, AP, PBS, NPR. You can go to the whole plethora of Western media, DW, just the sky's the limit, right? The Times of London. I mean, there's just so many different newspapers you can go to. I can go to all the Israeli publications. I can go to Haaretz. I can go to Ynet. I can go to Walla. I can go to all the big Israeli publications. I can go to the Middle Eastern, or the other Middle Eastern publications, because Israel is technically part of the Middle East. I can go to whatever, Al Arabiya, Al Jazeera, all these Middle Eastern media outlets. And if I want to get the Russian side of things, I can go to the Russian media. I can go to RT, and hopefully this will continue on and we don't go through some kind of crazy ass Cold War bullshit where they're blocking all the Russian media outlets. I hope we don't have to go through that. I really, really hope we don't, but we're kind of seeing signs of that in the Western world. In France, they blocked, I think, Rumble, and yeah. And I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's certain areas where you can't read RT. But if I want to get the Russian side of things, I can go to RT. I can go to the Moscow Times. Well, the Moscow Times is kind of neutral somewhat, I think. But RT, I can go to DZen, I think it's called. There's a whole bunch of Russian websites out there. Kommersant, where I can go to all these big Russian media outlets, and I can get the Russian side of things. So I can look at all the different perspectives, and then I can make a perspective that won't necessarily be in accordance to the narrative that the government wishes that I believe in. And so because of that, it's going to be very difficult, as it already is, to control the collective opinion about something. So, for example, COVID, right? COVID came, and the government had this narrative and said, listen, guys, there's this new disease. It's really dangerous. there is like this percentage of a chance of you dying. Please stay at home, blah, blah, blah. If you do have to go to the grocery store, wear a mask. Churches are going to be closed. These types of businesses will be closed. Businesses classified as non-essential are going to be closed. This is going to be closed. That's going to be closed, blah, blah, blah. And people were really freaking out about this, but then people began to cultivate a dissenting opinion about the whole matter, and people began to say things like COVID really isn't that bad. It's dangerous for some people, but for most people it's completely harmless. It may give you some cold flu symptoms and things like that, but other than that, no big deal. And people really began to develop these opinions, and then people began to say things like the government is becoming authoritarian, and that opinion really got stronger once you began to see businesses trying to pressure employees to take vaccines and basically saying that if you don't take the vaccine, you're going to lose your job. And that got people to really, really start to ardently say that the government is becoming authoritarian and things of that sort. And so there never really was a collectively agreed upon opinion in regards to COVID, and that's really all thanks to the internet. If we were just reduced to watching television and reading the newspapers, I think that the opinion on COVID would have been much different. I think I think that this huge schism that we had within society over COVID would not have been as big as it was, because when you have newspapers and television, those outlets of information are much easier to control and they're much easier to dictate. But because of the internet, there is this democratization of information and how we read information and how we see information and things like that. So it's a very different world, and I don't think it's ever going to change. I don't think we're ever really going to fully recover from how we absorb information and how there are these different factions within society that go to different sources of information, different internet spaces to get their opinions, and how people are, or different groups of people within society are going to different internet spaces to get their opinions and really go contrary to the narrative. Do you think Turkey will beat Russia in the Middle East? I don't think so, no. Turkey was never able to defeat Russia. There have been numerous wars between Russia and Turkey, and I don't think they have ever been able to beat the Russians. The Turks have just always been not as good of fighters as the Russians have been. I think that Russia is definitely going to have a lot of problems in the future, militarily wise, and I think Russia is going to be hurt tremendously in the future with high casualties fighting against other countries. The whole war in Ukraine is not just going to stop at Ukraine. It's not going to be contained in Ukraine. It's eventually going to have a ripple effect. The way I look at it, it's sort of like a boiling pot of water. So Ukraine is the boiling pot of water, and you can cover it, and the boiling water is still going to be there as long as the fire is still there. And it doesn't matter how long I keep it covered, eventually that water is going to burst through that lid, and the boiled water is going to spill over. It's going to touch your stove. You're going to hear a big steaming noise, and it's going to sound a little bit uncomfortable and concerning. So that gives me an opportunity to segue here into some other things. So let's talk about Ukraine, guys. This is really interesting stuff. So the thing about Ukraine is that, yes, you may have, let's say, a peace deal. And I think there is going to be a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. And I think the West will broker it. I think the rest. I think the West will agree to it. I think the West will say, yeah, let's have a ceasefire agreement. But at the same time, that ceasefire will be just an opportunity to gain time for Ukraine. That's it. That's all it's going to be. And so it's going to give time not just for Ukraine to rearm and to replenish its manpower, but also it's going to give time for countries like Turkey and Germany to increase their military capacities. Because if you look at the history of Russia, I mean, which countries were the biggest enemies of Russia, right? They were the Turks and they were the Germans. In World War I, you had the Germans and the Turks, the Ottomans and the Austrians versus the Russians. And the Russians were doing pretty well in battle, but eventually the Russians got weakened by internal strife, and you had the Communist Revolution. And the Communist Revolution was gold-backed. It was funded by lots of gold from Germany. And then in the case of Turkey, I mean, you can go all the way back, you can go back centuries, and you can find wars between the Turks and the Russians. And also you have the Crimean War, in which you had the British fighting against the Turks, or fighting against the Russians. And the British, in fact, backed the Turks. They backed the Turks against the Russians, and the Russians were about to take Constantinople. You know, they were about to take Constantinople. And the British stopped them. The Russians were so close to just getting what every Orthodox Christian has been dreaming of for centuries, and that is retaking Constantinople. And the Russians were about to do it, and the Germans stopped the Russians. So the British are, I think, they could be more hardcore than the Americans at times. And that's why you'll hear about the Americans, for example, Trump, discussing eventually establishing some kind of a peace negotiation. And then you'll hear Keir Starmer talking about how we still need to be supporting Ukraine and all this stuff. But I think any sort of peace agreement is going to be seen as just a means by which to buy time. That's it. It's a means by which to buy time. Turkey's small arms and heavy arms industries are really advanced. Yeah, no, it is. Turkey's not going to be easy to fight. And I think that Russia's going to have a lot of problems in a war with Turkey. Don't get me wrong. But I think in the long run, Turkey would lose. That's my opinion. $22 people. How come last week's stream was so much better? We had like 40 something people. 40 something people was the highest number of views we had at one time during last week's stream. Last week's stream was great, by the way. A lot of energy, a lot of positive energy, it was just really good. Really, really good. A lot of engagement from the chat. I don't know why I noticed it just works that way. I don't know why. It goes up and down. And wars will not be waged with weapons. Nobody is crazy anymore. Well, what are they going to be waged with, right? I think robots are going to be a part of warfare in the future, 100%. I think you're going to be seeing killer robots, yeah, 100%. It's not just going to be drones, and drones are terrifying enough, because with drones, you can't really see them coming, and you just can't see them coming. I mean, drones will come in, and you can't hear them, you can't see them, and then bam, you're dead. Straight up. Just look at what the Turks did to the Armenians. I mean, they butchered the Armenians. They killed thousands of Armenians, and they used drones for the most part. Not for the most, I don't know about the most part, but for much of the killing, the Turks were using their Bayraktar drones, and you see these videos of these Armenian soldiers being butchered, and these Armenians just don't see it coming. Didn't the British fight the Russians in Crimea? Yeah, there was a war between the British and the Russians. And the British and the Austrians, they have for a very long time been sympathetic with the Turks, the Habsburg Empire. The Habsburgs, they worked with the Ottomans in World War I. They also worked with Ukrainian nationalists against Poles. They also worked with Albanians. I think they also worked with Croatians against Serbs. They worked with Albanians against Serbs. So Austria, Great Britain, Germany, these countries, I think, are going to be playing a big role in the future in Europe. Ted, the future CIA analyst, when World War III starts, is 2039 for USA. Wouldn't be surprising in the least bit, to be honest with you. I mean, 2039, I could see the war happening in 2039, 2040. Now, Peter Zion, the guy who runs his Geopolitical analysis YouTube channel, I understand that, and I pointed this out in my last video, Peter Zion got his election prediction wrong. He said that he was very certain that Harris was going to win. He was very certain before that Biden was going to win, and he was absolutely wrong. In that regard, he did not know what he was talking about. But Zion and I, we agree on a couple of things, of course. And one of the things that we agree on is that Germany potentially will be a big problem in the future. Now, he doesn't say that there's going to be a revival in Nazism, the Third Reich, things like that. But Peter Zion has said that there's a lot of political and economic instability in Germany, and the problem is, what's Germany going to look like 10 to 15 years from now? What's Germany going to look like 10 to 15 years? So right now we're seeing this right-wing surge in the elections of Germany, in the recent elections that took place in Germany, in Thuringia, Saxony, Brandenburg, and then this is a presaging sign that the right is rising up, and it's been rising up for years now, actually. But what's going to be the end result of this? And I agree with Zion when he says that he's not really worried about what's going to happen in the short term, right? They're not going to be Nazis aren't going to be putting up camps next year. Okay, that's not going to happen. But what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years, in which this Nazi or this ultra-nationalist Leviathan will have metastasized, and will have time to metastasize. Because at that point, 10 to 15 years from now, this ultra-nationalist Leviathan, it will have had time to form and to get bigger and to become more fanatical and to show its ugly face in a much clearer way. So the future is just bleak, it's just bottom line. But the thing is that the rise of the right wing is just not surprising at all. Because if you look at for example, if you look at how people have reacted to video games, a lot of this stuff really began in the video game world. It really did. So for example, do any of you guys remember Gamergate? Gamergate was really sort of the beginning stage of the comeback for right-wing politics. A number of video games were coming out. This was back in 2014, and some of these video games were feminist, and they were left-wing, and they were SJW. So back in 2014, people weren't really using the term woke, but they were using the term SJW, which is an acronym that stands for Social Justice Warrior. Social Justice Warrior, which is no different than wokeism. It's the same thing. It's transgenderism, third-wave feminism, all that bullshit. Bashing white people, talking badly about white people, speaking of white people in a negative way, and it's really nothing good. Marxism, socialism, that sort of thing. And with that sort of thing taking place, there was a huge backlash against these feministic video game developers, these SJW video game developers. And there was a woman, I think her name was Anna Sarkeesian or something like that. She was some sort of a video game developer or journalist, I don't remember. But I remember a lot of the anti-SJW people, basically the precursor to what would be known as the alt-right to a certain extent, they were really attacking this woman, Anna Sarkeesian or whatever her name was. And so it was just an attack on wokeism in video games. There were people saying we're sick and tired of whatever, sick and tired of feminism in games, sick and tired of all this left-wing views being expressed in video games. And see, the video game world has always had this sort of edgy right-wing viewpoint. The video game world has always had amongst its constituents an edgy right-wing worldview. And I'm not saying that they're morally conservative. Oh, the chat got disconnected. Let me know. It got disconnected for a second there. But I'm not saying that they're morally conservative. But they have some right-wing views when it comes to immigration. They hate third-wave feminism. But a lot of these people would support abortion and things like that. So they're liberal. They're not morally conservative. They have liberal views, but with a right-wing edge to them. So it wasn't really a battle, right? The whole alt-right versus far-left contention online that began back in 2014, it wasn't really conservatives versus liberals. It wasn't the classic. It wasn't like a bunch of Glenn Beck listeners were battling it out with lefties. It was people with liberal views mixed with nationalism and some right-wing edgelord talking points fighting SJW leftists online. That's pretty much what it was. And so people talked about this right-wing surge going on and things like that. And it was people, and then all of a sudden you started hearing more about things like race realism. I remember those days, right? Race realism, and blacks have low IQ, and these particular peoples have low IQs, and white people have high IQs, and Asians have the highest IQ, and Ashkenazi Jews have really high IQs, and yada yada yada. So there was all of a sudden the eugenics ideology saw a comeback online. And we saw a lot of this sort of thing in 2016, 2017. At least I did. A lot of that sort of thing in 2016, 2017. And we saw eugenics just coming back, becoming a popular viewpoint. And what was crazy was how it began as this movement known by some as the Dark Enlightenment. That was a part of it. And then you had the edgy right-wing speakers, edgy right-wing video game influencers and things of that sort. You had the revival in eugenics, and then you started to see people who would have been considered conservative normies starting to actually listen to these eugenist talkers. They started listening to them, people who claimed to be Christian. I remember going to church, and I remember meeting a lady who told me that she was a fan of Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux is a eugenist. And I said, well, he's a eugenist. And she said, well, I don't have to agree with everything he says, but I really like what he has to say, and blah, blah, blah. So you begin to see the normie conservative people getting or absorbing themselves into the fold of this Dark Enlightenment stuff. And there began this amalgamation, this sort of merging in together of the general conservative population in the Western world and what would be called the far right, simply put. And so people will say, well, it's the conservatives versus the liberals, or it's the far right versus the far left. And, oh my God, the chat keeps getting disconnected. Guys, can you hear me? Hello? Can you guys see me or hear me? It's just told me that my chat's been disconnected. Are we good? Sounds good? Okay. It just told me that my chat was disconnected, so I stopped for a second there. Okay, good. So there began this sort of amalgamation, this merging in together between your general conservatives and these far-right types of people. All of a sudden, you started seeing what we would call conservative normies listening to people like Peter Thiel, Glenn Beck. I remember interviewed Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel is part of the Dark Enlightenment. He's a eugenist. He's into all that weird stuff, that weird revival of this sort of Darwinistic ideology. He's into designer babies. I mean, really, really sick stuff. And then we started to see Elon Musk get into this world. He started becoming more and more political. Started backing right-wing talking points, things like that. Here's the gist, all right, that I'm trying to convey to you guys. It's not really, when it comes down to this sort of thing, it's not really, nor is it entirely conservative versus liberal. It's the old school liberals versus the far left. Do you see what I mean? So if you went back in the day, people who called themselves progressives would be considered far right today. So your H.G. Wells, those types of people that we would call progressive back in the early 20th century, today would be called far right. Because back in the day, Margaret Sanger, people of that ilk, back in the day, those people believed in eugenics. They believed Herbert Spencer. These people believed in eugenics. But they were considered progressive. And the progressives in those days were social Darwinists. So today, we would consider eugenics to be a far-right thing. Right? Hardcore nationalism, eugenics, we would consider it all to be far-right. But But the reality is that these people are actually the real liberals. So that's why, for example, when you saw this, when you saw the beginning, the commencement of the SJWs versus the anti-SJW battle, a number of the people on the anti-SJW side, and I remember this, a lot of the people on the anti-SJW side would consider themselves classically liberal. They would say, well, I'm a classical liberal. They wouldn't say, well, I'm a conservative. They wouldn't say, I'm a Christian and I'm pro-life and I'm against abortion and these things. They would say that they're classically liberal. And these people would support abortion. These people would support ideas that we would consider progressive. But they hated the SJWs and they hated the leftists because the SJWs are anti-nationalists, they're pro-mass immigration. And these other people, the anti-SJWs, or people that we would consider far right, these are people who are nationalistic. They are very anti-mass immigration or mass migration. And I'm not saying they're all this way, and they will support abortion and they believe in evolution. Right? These are the types of people that we can see a lot of in today's what we would call today's far right movement. But they're not really conservative in the American sense of the word, in the American vernacular of the word. These people are actually just liberal. So what we actually see, it's not really the liberals versus the conservatives, right? In many ways, it's not. Now, if it's Christians versus people who believe in abortion, sure, we can say that in the American sense of in the American vernacular, we could say, yeah, that's conservative versus liberal. But in the sense of people who are hardcore mass immigration, they're nationalistic, and they believe in abortion, and they believe in evolutionism and Darwinism and those sorts of things, those people are actually liberal. And if they were alive back in the 1920s, they would have been considered progressive. So it really is a war amongst the liberals. It's like a civil war amongst people who believe in liberal ideas. And so you have one group of liberals saying mass migration, nationalism, and then you have another group saying, no, we're the real liberals. We're the classic liberals. We're against you guys. So it's really it's a war between the liberals. That's what I think it is. That's what I think it is. It's a war between the progressives. My chat keeps getting disconnected. I don't know why. 29 people watching. Okay, we're making progress, guys. We got 29 people. Oh, damn. So anyway, let's get into Israel, or let's first get into Ukraine, because that's what everyone is talking about. So this is the biggest story that I could find today. I'll be honest with you guys. Let me know if the camera is working and if the chat is working, guys. So let me see if I can. Yep, here it is. All right. All right. So I think this is the biggest thing. Huh. Yeah, so much for using this. Okay, OBS. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Damn. Oh my God. Hello, Luster Luston. I really gotta find a way to fix this OBS thing. Like, you get into OBS and the windows are super big, and I just want to get it right where I can just transition really smoothly. But anyway, here we are. I read this article recently. Yes, it is interesting. It's liberal versus liberal. That's what it is. So liberals believe in what? Evolutionism, abortion. If you believe in abortion and evolutionism, and you believe that we evolved from bacteria or whatever, you're a liberal. That's what liberals believe in. Liberals believe in evolution. I've never met a liberal who didn't believe in evolution. They all believe in evolutionism. So here's another thought. Here's an interesting thought. So there was a battle. Remember Jay Gould? Jay Gould, he was a famous evolutionist back in the day. He was a Jewish guy, American Jewish guy, Jay Gould, or I'm not sure if he was American, but Jewish guy. and he was a big writer on the topic of evolutionism. And Jay Gould was against the people who were saying that people are born with a certain level of intelligence, a certain capacity for intelligence, and that capacity is determined by their evolutionary makeup, right? Their genetic makeup, which is in accordance to the evolutionary or Darwinistic worldview, the result of the process of evolution. Well, Jay Gould was against this idea. So Jay Gould was a liberal. He's an atheist liberal, but he was against the idea of using evolutionism to promote racism or some sort of elitism based on genetics and genetic makeups and things like that. He was against this idea. He was against social Darwinism. Okay. But you can find people who believe in evolutionism who will bash Jay Gould. So what is it, right? Jay Gould is a liberal. He believes in evolutionism, but he's saying, hey, guys, cut it down with the eugenics stuff. But then you have the other types of people who are saying, hey, that's not what the prophet Darwin taught. The prophet Darwin taught eugenics. Herbert Spencer taught eugenics. These people, the original, the pioneers of evolutionism, the original preachers of evolutionism, believed in eugenics. Herbert Spencer, Darwin, Galton, Erasmus Darwin, Darwin's grandfather, they all believed in this idea that human beings evolve because the weak die and the strong continue on and perpetuate their superior genetics. And Darwin said, hey, we evolved to what we are now because enough people with inferior genes died, did not perpetuate their genes, and the superior people were the ones who killed, survived, took the resources, and mated and perpetuated their genetics. And those genetics continued on in perpetuity, merging together, marrying together, mating, and then perpetuating themselves. And so Darwin said, the stupid people of society, the inferior people of society, are having more kids. And he actually said this. He said the dumb people are the ones having all these kids, and the intelligent people are having less children. The intelligent people are the ones who need to be having more kids. And he actually was filled with sorrow and despair, and he lamented about how it's the dumb people who are having most of the kids. And he said this back in, I think it was back in, 19th century England. He was saying this sort of thing. And he was the original founder of what we would call evolutionism, the theory of evolution. Now, there were people before him who thought of the idea, but he really codified it into a mainstream scientific text that was highly popular and widely absorbed by many people. His nephew comes along, Francis Galton, and Francis Galton says, okay, uncle, I'm taking your theory, your belief, and I'm gonna make a system by which to apply it to society. And he called it eugenics. So that was the beginning of the use of the term eugenics. And this idea became very popular. And then a lot of European societies started really liking this idea of eugenics. And then the Americans picked it up, and they had their infamous Supreme Court case, Buck versus Bell. And this was in 1920-something. I think, I'm pretty certain it was in the 1920s. And in Buck versus Bell, the Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, he declared that it was not unconstitutional to actually impose mandatory sterilization on certain people deemed of inferior genetic quality. So Hitler got wind of it, and he said, let's take it and let's go with it. And the Germans took the American application of eugenics. They were inspired by it, and then they applied it in their own society, and then they went even crazier, right? They put it on steroids. They built death camps, and you guys know the story. You had the Holocaust. And the first victims of the Holocaust were the people who were considered genetically inferior because they were retarded or they had some kind of mental or physical handicap. Those were the first victims of the Holocaust. So you could say, well, I'm an evolutionist and I don't agree with this, right? And there are plenty of people today who would come out and say, I believe in evolution and I don't agree with this. But here's the thing. If it's really the war between the liberals is really a war between people who believe in a moderate belief in evolutionism and people who believe in a fanatical application, or I would say a better way to describe it would be a fundamentalist application of evolutionism. So, and I don't use the word fanatical because it's not really outside of the window of evolutionism. Because remember, Charles Darwin believed in evolution, or believed in eugenics. His nephew believed in eugenics, and so that's why I say it's a fundamental application. It's going back to the fundamentals of evolutionism. So if you really believe in evolutionism, if you really believe in what Darwin believed in, you would actually believe in eugenics. It's just the bottom line. So the Jay Goulds come out and they say, I don't believe in this eugenics stuff, guys. I don't believe in using evolution to try to prove that certain races are stupider than others, and I don't agree with this, guys. It's getting too much. And the other liberals come along and say, you're misapplying Darwin's teachings. Darwin, alhamdulillah, peace be upon him, you are misapplying what he said. This is not what Darwin taught. You're going against it. So it's the war between the liberals, the moderate liberals and the fanatical liberals. That's what this is. So you have the more moderate liberals who say, well, yeah, I believe in evolution, of course. And, well, do you believe in abortion? Well, yeah, I do believe in abortion. And that's why moderate liberalism is still bad. I'm not saying that it's good. It's still bad. The moderate liberals will say, well, I believe in abortion, absolutely, to choose. And then you press them further and you say, okay, well, what about allowing abortion at the eighth month, ninth month of pregnancy? Well, that's a little too much. That's a little too much. But once you allow abortion at one stage of pregnancy, it opens up a can of worms for all the rest of the stages of pregnancy. Because if it truly is a woman's body, then it should be the eighth or ninth month of pregnancy. And then you have people like Peter Singer. Peter Singer comes along and says, hell, you should be able to kill the baby after it comes out of the womb. You just kill it. So there's a can of worms that gets opened up here. And once that can of worms is opened up, it's like Pandora's box. I mean, you just can't stop it. It's going to continue on. And that's what liberalism did, is it opened up this Pandora's box. It said, okay, well, we have evolutionism. We evolved from lower microbes. We evolved from lower animals, and we're getting better. Well, how did we evolve? Well, we evolved because, well, the stronger humanoids killed the stupider, more retarded humanoids, and then the inferior humanoid women, well, they got killed also because they sucked. Then the intelligent humanoid women, they were there, and then the intelligent humanoid men who were stronger and tougher and faster, they butchered all the retarded men, the lowercase men, humanoid men, and then the superior humanoid women and superior humanoid men, they mated, they had sex, and then they had children. So those good genes perpetuated. Oh, I see. Okay, so evolution is a process that happens through death. The death of the inferior and the perpetuation of the genes of the superior. Oh, so why can't we apply that today? Who's to say that we cannot apply that today? Why can't we? And if we see somebody with Down syndrome, that's someone who is an inferior specimen within the gene pool. Or if someone is just stupid and they have terrible times they have a terrible time doing mathematics, and they're not going to amount to anything unique in life, I mean, what's the point of him? He's only going to ruin the gene pool. He's going to bring us down. We got to help in the process of evolution. And you have liberals who say, well, I believe in welfare. I believe in welfare for the poor. But why would you want to help the poor when the poor are just dumb and inferior, genetically speaking? I mean, if everything is predetermined by biology, right? This is the Darwinistic worldview. It's that everything is predetermined by biology. Darwin believed in the idea of biological predestination, basically biological Calvinism. We have no free will. Atheism rejects the idea of free will, by the way. Christianity doesn't. Christianity believes that we're in a war with the flesh, and if we allow the flesh to take control, I mean, we do lose our will to a certain extent. We're just getting taken like a dog on a leash by the flesh. But through strengthening the spirit, we can actually overcome our fleshy biology. We can overcome our biology. Whereas in atheism, it's just, there's nothing but biology. There's no spirit, there's no soul, there's no nothing. So if everything is predetermined by biology, then somebody who is really dumb, I mean, there's no hope for him. There's no hope for him. He's just going to be dumb because he has no free will. He can't get better. So who's to say that we can't take the eugenist worldview and apply it today? And if there is no God, what is the moral argument against applying eugenics and imposing eugenic ideas? So the eventual outcome of this ideology is that you're going to have people coming out saying, this is how we should apply evolution, this is how we should apply this Darwinistic worldview in our society. We need to be applying eugenic policies to better the genetic makeup of humanity. And because there is no God, there really is no moral justification to go against such a worldview, other than you know innately that it's wrong, but then there is no God, so who really cares? So that's the whole thing. So as long as Darwinism is a mainstream view in society, you will always have these sort of Nazistic revivals where people are going to come out saying, we need to kill the stupid people because the stupid people are destroying society. And the dumb people are of low genetic quality, and we need to get rid of them because they are a bane, they are a blight to the gene pool. So there you go. So the whole alt-right thing, the whole right-wing surge that we have been witnessing since 2014, it's not liberals versus conservatives. It's liberals versus liberals. It's just like fundamentalist Muslims versus moderate Muslims. You have moderate Muslims who say, well, we can't be going around killing people. We got to be peaceful, and Muhammad taught peace. But then you have the fundamentalist Muslims who come along, and they got a whole freaking library of hadiths in their arsenal to justify violence and to justify killing people because of their religion, and to justify persecuting Christians and Jews and non-Muslims. And so there is a debate. You'll have a debate between moderate Muslims and fundamentalist Muslims. Well, you also have a debate between, or a contention, a very fierce, acrimonious contention between liberals themselves over evolutionism. That's really what it comes down to. It's over evolutionism. Right in the middle of the city town struck by one of the first nukes, semi-drunk, joking about how dumb we all are. Kind of like a Key and Peele sketch. Yeah. Where are you exactly? Where are you writing from? Are you writing from Japan? So there you go. It's just it's a battle between the liberals, and then you have these Christians, these conservative Christians, who see these far right types, these eugenists, and they think these are the good guys because, well, they have some conservative views. They have some what we would call right-wing views, so they're nationalists and they're against mass migration. So they're conservatives, they're the good guys. But if you look at the rest of their worldviews, you see eugenics, you'll see social Darwinism, you see these ideas. They're not really conservatives, they're just old school liberals. Athens, Greece, okay. They're just old school liberals at the end of the day. And a few Christians online have figured out this. I'm one of them, but not a whole lot of them have figured this out, but a few of them have figured this out, and they will say, hey guys, a lot of these right-wing types are actually just pro-abortion Darwinist. And that's why you had Richard Spencer. You had Richard Spencer popping out saying that he's pro-choice, and you have Richard Taylor coming out saying, Jared Taylor coming out saying that he's pro-choice. He supports abortion. And then I remember there was this one podcast back in the day. It's not on YouTube anymore because it was basically just a neo-Nazi media channel. It was based in Sweden, I want to say, and it was called something like Red Light or Red Ice Radio or something like that. And they're just a bunch of Nazis, but they're all pro-choice. And I remember they did a whole episode in defense of Margaret Sanger. Well, what Christian conservative would ever do a documentary in defense of Margaret Sanger? Answer, none. So who are these people? What are these people? They're just pro-choice liberals who love Darwin. And they believe in Darwin so much that they want to apply social Darwinism. They really believe in social Darwinism. They want to apply social Darwinism. Red Ice, yeah. And one of the hosts of Red Ice, the Swedish dude, he actually put a comment on one of my videos one time bashing the Jews. And I wrote him back and I said, "Are you the dude from Red Ice?" And he didn't write back to me. But he just went off about the Jews. How the Jews are this and that and the other. And I'm thinking, proves my point about what's happening in the world. You have more and more people hating Jews and more people going back to Nazistic / Hitlerian / social Darwinistic ideas. It's very, very scary, guys. It's very scary. And it's so scary to see the conservative, just the general conservative population of America look up to people like Peter Thiel and think they're great. What's going on? You see? But then again, you have people who have liberal views who love Peter Thiel. They're not Christians, they're atheists, but they love Peter Thiel. So how do you explain that? Are these people liberals? Yes, they're liberals. These are liberals. Here's the thing is that people have accused me of being a liberal for going against these nationalistic figureheads and groups. The reality is that I am, excuse me. Yes. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me pause this real quick. Hold on one second. Sorry about that, guys. There was a case of a my mom let my chickens out, and there was a case of a chicken going missing. So they say there's a chicken. They tried to count because they let the chickens out to roam around and to free range a little bit, and the chickens, as the sun was going down, the chickens all went into the coop as they always do, and they said there's a chicken missing. And I said, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a chicken that likes to hide in one of the egg boxes, and my mom didn't know where it was. And I said, it's in the egg box, and there she was. She's going through a molt right now. A molt is when a chicken, this usually happens during the cold season. A molt is when a chicken begins to lose its feathers because it starts to grow new feathers. So a chicken, when it's molting, will stop laying eggs because the chicken's body is focusing on reinvesting all of its nutrition into just building new feathers and just replenishing the body as opposed to making eggs. So it's a little cold outside, and she was just wanting to stay in the egg box because it's warmer. But she's fine. So yeah, I had to take care of that real quick. I hope you guys were enjoying my my medieval music. So how many people do we have listening? Let's see. 28 people, not bad. Not bad at all. take a new haircut? No, not at all. I just combed my hair. No haircut at all. Just took a shower and combed my hair. Yep. These last few days, you guys have been watching my videos, and I have like a full fro. And it's because I wasn't showering, nor was I combing my hair. I love the medieval music. I'm glad you enjoy it. 2014, 2016, alt-right was very strong. Yeah, it was a very strong movement, but it's still here. I think it's just remanifested itself in different ways. And you're seeing that alt-right way of thinking in full force, or just in a very, very stronger, more intense force on Twitter. That's what you're seeing a lot of nowadays. Right about the time of Vikings TV show. I remember that, and I remember thinking when that show came out, that it was some part of a pagan / sort of folkish revival. Yeah, I've always been wary of any sort of subgroup of people that are into any kind of return to some kind of folkish culture or folkish religion. I've always seen it as just a presaging sign of a desire to go back to some pagan / racist way of thinking. And we saw this. We've been seeing this in South America. You have this whole attempt to bring back mother goddess worship and put it in the Catholic Church, and they talk a lot about culture and paganism and things of that sort. Now, I remember the whole Pachamama fiasco, and there were people saying, "Oh, look, this is paganism in the Catholic Church," and it is. It's straight up paganism. It's bullshit, guys. It's garbage. It's the Antichrist. It's sickening. The whole thing is sickening, right? They're putting a mother goddess, a statue of Pachamama in the church, and it's just crap, and it was just another revealing sign that the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, is really just a shell of its former self. It's just a dead corpse that's getting consumed from within by parasites. And I remember doing a lot of research on the Pachamama movement in Latin America, in South America, and one thing that I noticed was that there was a lot of talk amongst these Roman Catholic, pro-indigenous activists, these pan-indigenous activists who want to bring back some sort of paganism. They want to create a synthesis between Catholicism and paganism. And one thing that I noticed a lot of was there was a lot of this talk about going back to culture. You know, we got to go, it's our culture. We're preserving our culture. It's about the culture. It's about culture. And then you see these church services in South America where you have people speaking in some indigenous language, and I'm thinking, why are you speaking that apocalypto garbage, that apocalypto pig Latin? You live in wherever you live. You live in Mexico. You live, I don't know, Peru, Colombia. People speak Spanish. Spanish is the general language here. Why don't you just speak Spanish? Why are you going to church and you're talking like some character in a Mel Gibson movie? No one freaking speaks this language. It's like a few hundred people speaking this language. It's a pig Latin language. It's dead. It's a pre-Columbian garbage language. It's been dead for centuries, really. And why are you speaking it? You know why you're speaking this language? I'll tell you why. Because you're rebellious. That's the bottom line. You're rebellious. You live in Mexico. You live in Colombia. You live in Peru. You live in Brazil. Speak Spanish or Portuguese. That's the language. It's like if I'm walking around in America and some Apache guy is coming up to me and he's like, how? And I'll be like, oh, very funny, you know, like in the movies. How? Like in a Clint Eastwood movie. How? And then he looks at me and he's like, hop, hop, ha, ya, hapu, hop. I'm like, homie, speak the language. You see this sort of bullshit in what is it called? New Zealand. You have these Maori people who like to use Maori words all the time as if everyone knows what they're talking about. They're like, oh, Te Hukakani. We came up to the Pekukahani, Pekanaha, and we were up there, and the people, they were just totally Tahanahana. You know what I mean, Way, man? You know what I mean, brah? And I'm thinking, no, I don't know what you mean. Speak English. The Maori savage society is gone. That's it. It's no more. You guys got taken over by the white man. White man brought civilization. White man brought technology, built up this country, and now you're enjoying the fruits of what the Anglo people brought over, the British people brought over, and instead of just enjoying it and saying, wow, this is great, You guys have to sit there and talk about your Maori culture and your pagan garbage. It's garbage, but it's all about this folkish return to paganism. That's what that is. So I remember I did an article about the Pachamama phenomenon in the Vatican. And I said, if you are going to embrace a group that talks about going back to culture, and that is being said in light of having some sort of a synthesis with paganism, then what's stopping European Wiccans from doing the same thing? What's stopping the European identitarians in Europe from saying things like, hey, we're Catholic or some kind of Christian. If you're in Austria, Germany, a lot of times it's Catholic or Lutheran. And we have a love for our culture, and we want to kind of go back to our pagan roots a little bit, go back to our culture. And so we want to synthesize Christianity with paganism. We want to worship Jesus, but at the same time, we want to wear Thor's hammer necklaces and things of that sort. And we would like to see a little bit of the neo-folkish European religion, a little bit of it in the churches. That would be really, really cool. As maybe we can put a little statue of Odin. And, didn't Odin hang himself in a tree? So we can take that story and we can sort of mingle it with Christianity and say, well, Jesus, in the Bible, it says that Jesus was crucified on a tree and Odin hung himself from a tree. And, we can sort of mingle them together. We can say, well, Odin is kind of like Jesus, but we're not saying we worship Odin exactly, but we're just taking a pagan idea and we're Christianizing it just like these indigenous people have. So why can't we do the same thing? I mean, what's stopping that, right? What is straight up stopping that? It's the same thing. So once you open that Pandora's box, it's very difficult to argue against an escalation of the opening of the Pandora's box. I watched a video of the revival of the ancient Greek religion, people dressed as statues, waving their... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that weird stuff in Greece. There's been a big neo-pagan revival in Greece. It's been going on for years, and it is very scary because the pagans in Greece, they're like super militant. I heard they're super militant and they hate Christians and they hate the church and all that. It's pretty disturbing stuff. You'll be surprised how much of a fro I'm capable of growing. Looks like a late-stage dandelion. Well, perhaps you have a little bit of Semitic genes in you. Ted explaining chicken biology better than Darwin's diatribes about evolution. Scarab music. Yeah, I love video game music. I really started getting into the Resident Evil 4 sound score. I love Resident Evil 4. I loved the remake. The original was awesome. My biggest problem with the Resident Evil 4 remake was that they got rid of one of the main bosses from the original. I forgot the name of the boss, but it was the boss that has a giant tail and you fight it in a hanging metal container. I forgot the name of it, but yeah, they don't have that boss in the remake. But other than that, the Resident Evil 4 remake was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. But I love game sound scores. I think they're really good. I love the Far Cry games. I haven't played all of them, but I did really much enjoy Far Cry 5. I think Far Cry 5 was amazing. It's one of the best games I've ever freaking played. Love that game. Love the sound score. Such a good fucking game. I had such a good time playing that game. I did enjoy Far Cry New Dawn, which was basically just an expansion of Far Cry 5. It was a continuation of the story because I think Far Cry 5 was so popular. So many people wanted to know the end of the story because the end wasn't completely revealed in Far Cry 5. So they made an expansion, Far Cry New Dawn, great game. Not as good as Far Cry 5, but it is fun. Very post-apocalyptic. And then they made Far Cry 6, which was garbage. Just Far Cry 6 sucked. There was some good shooting mechanics in it and things of that sort, but it sucked. It was a game where you're on some fictional island and you're fighting some Latin American dictator and you join a bunch of rebels who are really just a bunch of psychopaths. And none of the rebels that you are with are likable people. They're all degenerate freaks, and I honestly just hate all of them. And I was actually on the side of the dictator the whole time. Whereas with Far Cry 5, you're fighting against a religious cult that is, strangely enough, depicted very accurately. They have a preacher who's like a Joel Osteen, really motivational, but pure evil. But when you listen to him speak, really motivational. Then they have a guy named Jacob Seed. I think Jacob Seed was my favorite villain because he was so realistic. Jacob Seed was one of the leaders of the cult, but he had this masculinist ideology, and his ideology was very much close to that of Jack Donovan. He was talking about how basically the strong survive. It was very social Darwinistic, very, very eugenist. And he talked about how we have to be basically ferocious animals to dominate others and things like that. It was very much like the ideology of like Jack Donovan. It had that hardcore, hyper-masculinist, social Darwinist belief, and he's just pure evil. Guy's pure evil. Has Hamas given you any troubles? No, I've been slaughtering the mice all the time. I've been continuously setting up traps. The dictator in Far Cry 6 is the Gus Fring dentist guy. Yeah, I know the actor, yeah. But I actually preferred the dictator over the rebels that I was helping. With the rate of pagan inclusion in the church, soon we will have Odin crucified. Yeah, exactly. Why not? I mean, who's to say that we should stop it? It's too damn cold. Yeah, I agree. Well, it's not that cold over here, but it is chilly. Far Cry 5 was fun. It was. Metal Gear Solid 3. I have not really gotten into Metal Gear Solid. Theo, why don't you do game videos? We are tired of politics. You want me to play a game, or do you want me to talk about video games? Because I can talk about video games. I don't think I have the CPU capacity to be playing games right now. I'm still kicking. No rocket, blah, blah, blah. Sounds like Sufism. No pagan idols in the house of the Lord. God created every language. Yeah, God created every language, but you just so happen to speak a language that almost no one speaks because you're stubborn, rebellious, and pagan. And you're retarded. Here's how transhumanism can get ugly, using clone humans as sacrifice to some Aztec gods while arguing that clone humans aren't humans at all. Interesting. And it can snowball into full cannibalism. Well, here's something that I wanted to show you guys, since we're talking about social Darwinism. To show you something here. I thought this was crazy, boys. Check this out, guys. This is sick. This is sick, guys. Euthanasia pod creator. I saw this in the news today. Euthanasia pod creator breaks silence after first user found dead with strangulation marks. So apparently there was some lady who wanted to die, and they had these suicide pods. I think this could be the future gas chambers. What do you think, guys? I don't know. But it's basically, it's a gas chamber. So they put you in the pod, and then they say, okay, are you ready to die? You say, yes, I am. And then they activate the machine to release poison, and then you have to press the button to release the gas. So you kill yourself. And the guy who invented this machine his name is Philip Nitschke. Now you could look up the last name Nitschke, a little early life mention that I'll make there. If you know what I mean, you know. If you know, you know. Philip Nitschke. You can look up the last name Nitschke and see the origins of that last name. Yeah. If you know, you know. This is the guy who developed this little gas chamber. And it says here that the creator of the controversial euthanasia pod has broken his silence. So basically this lady wanted to die, and so they put her in this pod and they said, okay, you ready to die? She said, yeah, whatever. Early life moment, exactly. So the gas comes, the gas shoots into the pod where she's in, and she's still breathing. It's not quickly killing her. She's still alive. So they find her dead, and she has strangulation marks on her neck, which means somebody choked her to death. They said, okay, well, we're going to do this, because here's what it is. You have some people who have a desire to murder other people. Why this is, we cannot fully comprehend it, because we cannot fully comprehend evil. I don't believe we can fully comprehend evil. Why did Ted Bundy want to kill women? Because he's evil. Why would he want to be evil? I don't know. it's all satanic. It's a satanic influence, is what I would say. But again, we can't fully fathom spiritual evil because it's beyond our capacity, I believe. The pod looks very, very creepy. Yes, it's a very dark thing to look at, to gaze upon. I don't like it. It's odious. It's disgusting. But they choked her out. So you have people who want to kill people, but they don't want to go to prison. So they have the mindset of the serial killer. But instead of going out and killing people to only risk being arrested and put into prison for the rest of their lives or put on death row, they decide to find ways to kill people legally. So they will come up with terminology like dying with dignity, things of that sort. And then they come up with inventions like this one, a death pod, it looks like something out of the Matrix when Morpheus takes Neo to the desert of the real and you see all the humans in pods. The pods in the Matrix look like this. And maybe one day we'll have a Morpheus moment and we'll say, listen, they're not even letting us live. We are put into pods and gassed. It's just like how Morpheus tells Neo, we are not even allowed to be born. We are grown. And sadly enough, there are people out there who are sick enough to want that. They want to create human farms. My music stopped for some reason. They want to create human farms. They want to have labs where they will actually grow humans, like they breed, I don't know, different types of bacteria under a microscope or some sick stuff. Let me know if my music is too loud, guys. Things of that sort. So you have this anti-human movement in the world, and a lot of it is concentrated in Silicon Valley. So they're talking about human farms. They're talking about designer babies. Oh, you want a baby to look a certain way? Well, we can design the baby for you. If you want a baby with blue eyes and blonde hair and a really high IQ, we can design that child for you. And so it's not about birthing humanity in a natural way. It's about wanting a human being to look a certain way and wanting society to look a certain way, to the point where you're going to biologically engineer society. Well, if you're going to start biologically engineering society, you have a God complex. You want to be God. You want to create life. And you want to be God. You want to design humanity. And once you see humans who dissent from the way that you see society should be, once you see human beings who are either not conforming or do not really fit the look that you want humans to have, then those humans are seen as a hindrance to your really sick and demonic utopianism. And then you bring in the camps and you get rid of people. And you want to get rid of people, so you create things like this, gas chambers. And in comes the revival of Nazism, everyone. So it says here that the creator of the controversial euthanasia pod has broken his silence, blah, blah, blah. I think I underlined some parts here. Yeah, so it says here 6 minutes after the button was pressed. So this lady gets put into this pod, and it says here that a 64-year-old American woman suffering from skull base osteomyelitis, a rare and painful condition, I lost my train of thought. Chose to end her life using the device in a secluded forest near a cabin in Maryhausen, Switzerland. Unable to receive effective treatment due to an immune disorder, she had expressed a desire to die for over 2 years. The procedure, overseen remotely by Dr. Nitschke, early life moment, via video call, raised serious concerns and resulted in multiple arrests, including Dr. Florian Willett, president of the Last Resort, the Sarco operator. The Sarco is the name of the gas chamber, by the way. So it says here that the Swiss authorities reported inconsistencies during the procedure. Witnesses noted that the pod was opened and closed multiple times before activation, and forensic experts discovered strangulation marks on the woman's neck, inconsistent with the pod's mechanism. 6 minutes after the button was pressed, Dr. Willett reportedly exclaimed, "She's still alive, Philip," raising suspicions about the effectiveness of the process. Prosecutor Peter Stitcher has suggested the possibility of intentional homicide, although Willett has not been formally charged.
Authorities have since suspended all 371 pending applications of the sarcopod gas chamber as the investigation continues. So this lady wanted to die. The gas wasn't sufficient enough to end her life. And so they killed her in a different way, and they found her body with strangulation marks. Because you have people who run these gas chamber operations who want to kill people, but they want to kill people legally. So they say, oh, if you're depressed, you should die, and I can do the honors of killing you because I'm a serial killer. I have the mindset of a serial killer, but I want to kill people legally. So if you just so please oblige to my demands, to my sick and twisted ways, I'm going to try to convince you that you should kill yourself, and I'm going to do it for you. And I'm going to enjoy it. That's what you're seeing here. That's what you're seeing here. So they strangled her, or someone strangled her to death, it appears. At least that's from what I'm reading here. This article is talking about a forensic investigation. And the forensic investigation concluded that there was strangulation marks on her neck. And so you see Belgium, Switzerland, these Germanic countries are more into euthanasia than the Latin countries of Europe. I've noticed this. So if you go to Southern Europe, so if you go to, let's say, Southern Italy, or probably Northern Italy as well, Sicily, Greece, Portugal, Spain, Malta, these Southern European countries, you don't really see a whole lot of talk about euthanasia down there. Then if you go up to the more wealthier Northern Europe, so Belgium, Switzerland, these Germanic countries of the Netherlands, you find much stronger support for ideas like euthanasia. Why is that? Why are the Northern European, more Germanic peoples of Europe more into euthanasia? I have no idea. I can't explain why. Maybe it goes back to some weird-ass tribalist way of thinking where they said, hey, this person's too old. Let's just hit him with a rock because we want more deer meat for the people who can walk. I don't know. Netherlands, yeah, I mentioned the Netherlands. So, yeah, how bad is your luck when the suicide pod doesn't work? So, one thing that a lot of European countries have in common is that they have a population problem. There's a big population problem in European countries. Italy, pretty much all European countries have a population problem. They're not having enough kids, and they're not having enough births. Their birth rate is not at replacement levels, meaning that they're not producing enough kids that are going to be able to develop into an actually efficient, functional workforce for the future. And you're not going to have, if you're not at replacement levels, that means you're not birthing enough people who are going to be enough in numbers to take care of all of the old folks when they get too old to take care of themselves, the elderly folks. So in Europe, a big thing is pensions, right? Pensions are a big thing. It's kind of like what we have in America. We call it Social Security. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Social Security and pensions are different. I think in America, your Social Security is dependent on how much money you put into the government by paying taxes, how much money you put into your Social Security as you worked. For the most part, I think this is the case. So if you put a lot of money into Social Security as you were working and as you were getting older, by the time you reach a certain age where you're going to go and retire, you have enough money in the Social Security system to take government money, essentially. But it's basically money that you put in there. So it's only right that you get paid by the government with that money. Anyway, I think with pensions, it's not exactly determined. I don't think it's determined by how much money you put in. I think it's just determined by the fact that you're old and retired. Whatever. Correct me on that if I'm wrong. But in Europe, pensions are a really big deal, like super big. It's a big part of European culture. Doesn't matter where you go. Pension is a big thing. Right. Social Security is also money that you get monthly. So once you are eligible for Social Security, and you start getting Social Security, you're getting paid, I want to say like, what, $500, $800 a month, something like that. And it's a pension, but it's a pension that you put money into when you were younger. Make sense? So in Europe, pensions are a really big deal. Like in Greece, France, getting that pension when you hit a certain age, really big deal. It's the reason why I think when the French government said, hey, we're going to raise the retirement age, people were just freaking losing their minds, because they want to get their pension soon enough. They don't want to have to wait longer before getting their pension and retiring. And they don't like the idea of the government saying you need to be working longer than you really want to. So what's going to happen when the older people in Europe are all retiring and wanting to get pension money? What's going to happen, right? What is going to happen? Are you going to have enough young people to take care of them? Are you going to have enough young people to take care of them? And one concern that I have is that when the time comes and these old people are all just retired and they're getting pensions, younger people are going to start saying things like, hey, we're getting screwed economically here, and the economy's not doing very good, and we got a Russian threat in our hands, and we are now being forced into a military economy because we're in the middle of a massive war, and these old folks are draining the money that we could be using to help ourselves. So maybe order in a big shipment of those pods, those gas chamber pods. And they're going to start killing old people in a massive genocide of elderly folks. There is a verse that talks about this in the Bible, although it's not in your basic Protestant Bible. You can find it in the Orthodox or Catholic Bibles. So, for example, in the Book of Wisdom, this is actually the only example, in the Book of Wisdom, chapter 2, there is a verse in which the wicked are speaking. And the wicked say, let us go and slay and oppress the elderly and the widow. The elderly and the widow. So perhaps that's the future right there. It's let's kill the old and let's kill the widows, because the widows are taking welfare and they're draining us of our cash. We got to kill all the people. And I think maybe that's how we're going to end up seeing episode 2 of Nazi Germany in Europe. They're going to say, we got to kill off all the older folks and kill off all the people who are on welfare. Get rid of all of them. And they're going to apply a social Darwinistic eugenic way of thinking. Pension is pretty much... Okay, I already read that. Theo, did you hear about 2 Colorado funeral homes? Homeowners accused of abandoning nearly 200 bodies took payments from families that were meant for cremations and burial. I did not know. Listen, man, there's a bunch of crazy shit that happens every day. I cannot keep track of every story. It's impossible. But no, I have not. But I appreciate that you told me this, and I can look more into it later. But it doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me, especially in a state like Colorado, where you just have... Colorado's got a lot of weirdos, man. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you've ever been to Colorado, one thing that you know about Colorado is that Colorado is a loon bin. There are several states in America that are known to be just loon bins. So, for example, you have Florida. Florida is the right-wing loon bin. California is the left-wing loon bin. And then you have Colorado, which is kind of a mix between the two. How about a rematch with Gordon Goldstein? About what? What are we going to talk about? Are you Gordon Goldstein, Mr. Anakos Membrane, or whatever your name is? However you pronounce your name. Depends on the system. In Russia, it is calculated through how long you worked, who you worked for, and how much you earned. Employers are eligible to pay for fund transfer to the pension fund. So it kind of is like Social Security. Alabama. Colorado's loons overshadows the natural beauty that the state has. Yes. Yeah, the mountains in Colorado are really nice and everything. There's a lot of nature to see, but damn, Colorado is just it's a loon bin state. Full of druggies and crazies and people who have all sorts of violent ideological beliefs, revolutionary ideas. I knew one guy in Colorado who ran a cult. It was a small cult, and they believed that basically America is somehow connected to Israel spiritually. They believed that the Israel of God is also just the Jews living in Israel. They believed in the whole the Jews in Israel, the Jews like what's his name, Bill Maher, are God's chosen people. So Bill Maher, Peter Singer, who else is there? Name it. Karl Marx. Okay, they're all God's chosen. and there were just crazy people. And I remember I was friends with the guy, one of the guys who was running this cult. Not really friends, but I was acquaintances with him. He knew who I was, and I spent some time with him a couple of times. We had dinner here and there and all that. And I remember I wrote an article stating that the Constitution was not inspired by God. And there were, because at that time, this was back in, I want to say 2012, 2013. I don't remember actually. I think it was that early 20-teens thing. It was like 2012, 13, 14, 15, one of those years. I don't remember. And I said there was a lot of people talking in those days about how the Constitution was inspired by God and all this stuff. And I said, okay, whatever. I don't believe in that. That's just not true. There's no evidence for this. And plus, that's a Mormon idea. That's a Mormon idea. And this cult guy didn't like that, and he wrote me this. He was from Colorado, and he wrote me this nasty email. I remember, and he said, "Ted, if we ever see you again in our group, if our group, our cult, ever sees you out here, we will not mind shooting you and dumping your body in the dumpster." So, yeah. I just think that debate with Gordon Goldstein is kind of outdated. Okay, well, are you Gordon Goldstein? We had a bunch of students in LA this past week. I forget why, but they were in shock. All the drug addicts, homeless, and shit all over the place. Yeah, California's a shithole. Theo, what's your opinion of Rubio? I think it's just some weird way for Trump to appeal to just your run-of-the-mill American Christian conservative. It's the same thing with Trump getting Mike Pence to be his vice president the last time he ran, or not the last time. Yeah, the last time he ran. That was just a way to kind of appeal to the evangelicals. And then you had you have Mike Huckabee, who I think is the ambassador to Israel. He's going to be the ambassador to Israel. It's just a way for Trump to appeal to the evangelicals. That's all it is, because the evangelicals are still a major faction in the United States, and they are massive Israel sycophants. They just worship Israel, so they have to be appeased. Yeah, I don't like Colorado. I don't like it. They were talking about a different god entirely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a sick-ass cult. $35 people. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I have to go take a leak. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. Can you guys hear the music? Think about the Rubio. Any other pick this way? Rubio will no longer be. Did you see how European countries turned against not? Yeah, I did. I'll talk more about that in a moment here. Can you guys hear the music, or is it too loud? Music is good. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a moment here. All right, guys, I'm back. Who would have thought that Kansas City would be where Jesus Christ would be returned? Yeah, after the Mormons teach. Think about the blah, blah, blah. Rubio. POTUS can fire a Secretary of State, but he can fire the Senator. He can't fire the Senator. Theo, did you see how European countries turned against... Yeah, I did. Also, keep in mind that Gabbard now is the head of DNI. She is now in charge of presidential intel briefings. Listen, guys, presidents can talk a really, really big game before they take office. I'm just going to wait for results. That's it. I really don't like reporting much on what a guy says he's going to do and all that stuff, unless it just looks quite promising. And yeah, I like to wait for results. Trump says what? He wants to deport, what is it, like 1 million people a year? I mean, maybe he'll do it. I don't know. Maybe he'll do something close to it. I don't know, but we'll see. Oh, you and your battle axe. Every time you're cleaning up your battle axe. What do you do with this battle axe of yours? Are you chopping wood with it? What are you doing with it? It's kind of interesting that evangelicals give all their support to Israel, but when they talk about Jesus to them, there is oh yeah, I know. They're going to get bashed with a brick. All right. So let's go to this article here in the New York Times. It's a very interesting article that came out. Too early to tell. New admin is not yet sworn in. Yep, I know. So here's an article here. It came out in the New York Times. When he says battle axe, I think he might mean... Yeah. So here is an article that came out on the New York Times. And it says here that Trump vows to end the war. Sorry, let me read this again. Trump's vow to end the war could leave Ukraine with new options. One question is whether the new administration in Europe will provide security guarantees to prevent Russia from taking more territory. So Trump wants to do, at least he has expressed his intention to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. And I have said this multiple times already. If Trump manages to establish a peace agreement, or at least a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, it will be done by the Americans. It'll be of the interest of the Americans solely for the purpose of buying time to regroup and replenish and to increase military capacity in European countries to fight Russia. So it'll be done to gain time for Ukraine so that Ukraine can get more weapons, build more weapons, and better its military capabilities, and to recruit more soldiers. Recruit more manpower, increase manpower, which is sad enough because they already have a population problem. They already have a demographic problem on their hands. And then also it will be used to give time for the other countries that are historical enemies of Russia to increase their military capacities. I'm speaking specifically of Germany and Turkey. Germany and all of her European acolytes. So I don't really have much optimism either way. If there is a ceasefire, I'll be happy to see a pause imposed on this bloodbath. But I know that it'll just resume from where it left off eventually. But at least there will be a pause, right, to the killing. So it says here, so I made some highlights because I read through this article for the most part. 2 years ago, General Mark A. Milley, then the chief military advisor to President Biden, suggested that neither Russia nor Ukraine could win the war. A negotiated settlement, he argued, was the only route to peace. Well, this is the truth because Ukraine by itself doesn't have the ability to defeat Russia. It just doesn't. So when people say, well, we have to help Ukraine defeat Russia, what that actually really means is that major Western powers need to put boots on the ground to help Ukraine defeat Russia. That's what that means. That means sending American soldiers, British soldiers, German soldiers, Scandinavian soldiers, Polish soldiers into the battlefield to directly fight Russia. to help defeat Russia and push them out of Ukraine. So that is what they mean. When they say we have to help Ukraine beat Russia, there is no way that they actually mean that Ukraine actually can beat Russia on its own. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about a horrendous policy of direct interventionism. So Mark Milley said, hey, the only way this is going to end, logically speaking, pragmatically speaking, and compassionately speaking, because I think it is not compassionate to promote an idea of interventionism and waste a whole bunch of human life for this war, waste a bunch of human life from other countries for this war. He said the only way that we can really end this is by actually just coming to a settlement. So it says here that his remarks, Milley's remarks, caused a furor among senior officials. But President-elect Donald J. Trump's win is turning General Milley's prediction into reality, because Donald Trump has made it very clear several times that he believes that America should make a deal with the Russians, as opposed to just pushing more Ukrainians into the meat grinder, as opposed to pushing for this idea of massive interventionism where Western soldiers will be placed in the battlefield to fight directly Russian soldiers, escalating the situation into a major global conflict. So instead of doing all that insanity, it's best to just make a peace agreement. And it's best just to allow Russia to control the territory that it has already taken. Mr. Trump has made clear his distaste for continuing to help Ukraine take back territory seized by Russia. Yes, because it's not going to work without boots on the ground from Western militaries. Making a negotiated settlement the only real viable option left. One of the best unknowns for Ukraine is whether the Trump administration and Europe will provide any kind of security guarantees that would prevent Russia from trying to take more territory. Mr. Trump has said he would end the war quickly, though he has not explained how. But Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has outlined a plan that would allow Russia to keep the Ukrainian territory it has taken. And I think, yeah, the Russians are not going to let go of territory for which so many Russians fought and died to take. They're just not going to, the Russians aren't going to accept that. The problem is Ukraine will not accept the peace agreement either way. Well, in my opinion, if I was a dictator and Ukraine didn't want to accept the peace deal, I would say, all right, Ukraine, you're on your own. We're out. Peace. Mr. Biden and his top aides had repeatedly rejected such requests from Ukraine, arguing that the Pentagon had few of the missiles to spare and that Ukraine could more effectively hit targets deep inside Russia with the one-way attack drones it manufactured in large quantities. So the Biden administration told Ukraine, listen, we're not really interested in giving you these ATACMS. We're just not really interested in doing this sort of thing. So that's why I question why Biden decided just months before Trump takes office to allow the Ukrainians to use ATACMS. And why did the British wait until just months before Trump takes office to allow the Ukrainians to use Storm Shadow missiles, cruise missiles? Why? Now, there are two theories that I have heard, one from others and one from myself. One theory that I have heard is that Biden wants Trump to continue the conflict. He doesn't want Trump to end the conflict. So to sabotage Trump's plan to end the conflict, Biden did the unthinkable and gave the Ukrainians the green light to use American long-range missiles to fire directly into Russia itself, thereby accelerating the conflict to the point where when Trump enters office, he will be faced with a conflict that has been escalated, and he will have to deal with it. And the hope is that the conflict would be so deep into the grass of escalation, that Trump would have no choice but to continue to support Ukraine. That's one theory, and that may be true. That may be true, that that's the intention. I have no way to bring it to naught. I have no way to refute it. But another theory, and this is my theory, and I could be wrong, is that there is a move or there is a push to bolster up Trump's image as a peacemaker. So they accelerated the conflict to the point where you have Ukrainians using American-made long-range missiles to strike Russia itself. And you got the Russians provoked, and you got the Russians saying, hey, we could actually use nuclear weapons, and hey, that military base in Poland, we can actually strike it, and hey, look at us launch this ICBM, and we have plenty more of where that came from. And what does that do? What does that do psychologically to the Western population? It gets everyone freaked out to the point where everyone hates Keir Starmer. Everyone hates Macron because Macron is agreeing with the escalation. Everyone's hating Biden because Biden agrees to the escalation. But everyone looks at Trump, and Trump is the voice of reason. He's the cooler head. You know how people say, well, let's allow cooler heads to prevail? They're looking at Trump like he's the cooler head. And so they want Trump to come and be the peacemaker. And Trump will come, and then people will say, oh, thank God he's finally here. He's so good. And then that will create a pause in the conflict, giving enough time for Russia's enemies to increase their military capabilities, better their military capabilities. Because the conflict will be considered over. They'll say it's over, there was peace, okay. Turkey's going to say, okay, well, let's increase our military capabilities here because we have to focus on Syria. And now that the war is over, we can focus on other things like Syria and fighting the Kurds and things of that sort. And, well, Ukraine, we can replenish your military capabilities. We can replenish your manpower, give you some more ammunition, things of that sort. So that's a possibility. Ukraine is not controlled by the U.S., it's the British. Yeah, sure, but the U.S. is kind of an extension of Britain, right? Or vice versa. They're all part of that Anglosphere. U.S., U.K., Canada, and AUS, Australia. So it goes on to say here, but the escalation risk of allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with U.S.-supplied weaponry has diminished with the election of Mr. Trump. Biden administration officials believe. So people within the Biden administration, officials within the Biden administration are saying, listen, this idea that this escalation is only going to get worse from here, it's diminished. It's brought down by the fact that Trump is coming to office. He's on his way. He's coming. Calculating that President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia knows he has to wait only 2 months for the new administration, Mr. Trump is believed to view Russia more favorably, and his choice of Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has often repeated Kremlin talking points. So the Russians, according to some people are speculating that, hey, the Russians see hope in Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. And so they just have to wait 2 months, and then there's going to be a call to the negotiating table. Ukraine is losing territory in the east, and its forces in the Kursk region in western Russia have been partly pushed back as North Korean recruits join the fight. U.S. spy agencies have assessed that speeding up the provisions of weapons, ammunition, and material for Ukraine will do little to change the course of the war in the short term. So these spy agencies are saying, American spy agencies, intelligence agencies are saying, you can help Ukraine right now and give all the weapons to the Ukrainians. It's not going to change the course of the war. The Ukrainians cannot beat Russia alone. It's impossible. But speeding up U.S. weaponry in the waning months of the Biden administration could help Ukraine enforce a ceasefire or armistice line if there were to be a settlement, officials said. So the Ukrainians will say, listen, we got all these weapons, and we launched missiles into Russia, and we invaded Kursk, and we did all these things. So we have some leverage over you. And the Russians are going to say, okay, well, we control about a fifth of your country, so we have leverage over you. We have more leverage over you than you do over us. So we're the winning side here. We call the shots. So U.S. and European officials are discussing deterrence as a possible security guarantee for Ukraine. So the Americans are thinking, okay, well, we're going to put a pause to this whole Ukraine operation, but we're going to need a way to deter Russia from doing anything drastic against Ukraine. So what deterrence are they thinking about? What deterrence are they thinking of giving to Ukraine? And it says here that several officials even suggested that Mr. Biden could return nuclear weapons to Ukraine that were taken from it after the fall of the Soviet Union. So you have Americans saying, hey, maybe we can arm Ukraine with nukes. That would be an instant and enormous deterrent, but such a step would be complicated and have serious implications. In other words, it's just batshit crazy. Putting nukes in Ukraine would be the equivalent of Russia putting nukes in Cuba. And you would have a big-ass nuclear missile crisis. A big problem. So I don't know if this is going to happen. If it does, if America says, hey, we want peace, but here's some nukes. We're going to put some nukes in Ukraine. That's not asking for peace. That's just a false peace. That's just buying time while you put nuclear bombs in Ukraine to terrify the Russians and even possibly to launch nukes into Russia from Ukraine. That is an escalation into itself. Terrible idea, but fiction is stranger, or not fiction, sorry, truth is stranger than fiction, and nothing really surprises me anymore. Ukraine's army, though, on a back foot now, has held out for more than 2.5 years against a larger, more powerful opponent. The fact that we went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson is a success, Mr. Zagorodinyuk said. But that was with billions of dollars in U.S. and European weapons. Now that supply is about to dry up, officials on both sides of the Atlantic say. So the New York Times is not saying, hey, materials might dry up for the Ukrainians. They're saying supply is about to dry up, according to officials on both sides of the Atlantic. So the idea of Trump coming in and bringing people to the negotiating table and brokering a ceasefire looks quite promising. I hope it happens. I hope there's a pause to this meat blender, and that's the best we're going to get. We're going to get a pause. We're not going to get an infinite peace deal here. All right, it's not going to be a peace deal that's going to last forever. It's going to be borrowed time. It's going to be just gaining time to further help Ukraine, rearm Ukraine, or increase the military capacity of Ukraine. And the Germans and the Turks they're increasing their military capabilities, or at least they're working to do that. So there was something I found here about the Germans. I thought this was quite revealing here. There's several articles here I have on Russia. So the Germans are preparing for war with Russia. This is a fact. The German government has made this clear to the media. They are preparing for war with Russia. So it looks like we're going to be seeing episode 3 of the Germany versus Russia universe. It's the Germany versus Russia saga is going to continue, and we're about to see episode 3. We're going to be seeing episode 3 in the future. We had episode 1, that was crazy. Episode 2, that was even more insane. And it looks like we're going to have episode 3. So let me show you guys some articles about that. This is absolutely amazing. Not surprising at all, just given the history and given the current day circumstances that we are witnessing. Germany is preparing for war with Russia. The Bundeswehr has developed a secret plan. Let me just make sure you guys can see that. This is from a German publication known as... this is a Russian publication called Gazeta. This is one of the many Russian newspapers that you can read for free online without an annoying paywall. Berlin has developed a comprehensive German operational plan for action in the event of a military conflict with Russia. The 1,000-page document, much of which is classified, includes measures to protect strategically important facilities as well as instructions on the logistics of moving NATO troops to the alliance's eastern flank. The military is already involving German businesses in preparing for a potential conflict. In Hamburg, companies have been asked to train employees to drive trucks, stock up on generators, and develop anti-crisis strategies. Germany will have to receive and transfer tens and possibly hundreds of thousands of troops. Now, the reason why they want to train German employees on how to drive trucks is because, according to the Germans, 70% of the truck drivers who are driving through Germany are coming from Eastern Europe. So when you go to Germany and you're driving on the road and you see some trucks, there's a 70% chance that the truck driver is from an Eastern European country or some kind of a Slavic country, Poland, Slovakia somewhere, Serbia, I don't know. 70% of the trucks on German roads are driven by Eastern Europeans. If war breaks out, where will these people end up? So in other words, if there is a war, you're not going to be having this massive amount of Eastern European truck drivers driving into Germany. Germany's going to be kind of blocked from these people. That's how serious this is going to be in this scenario. And then there's another article I want to show you guys. So this is from Frankfurter Allgemeine. And let me just... Bundeswehr prepares companies for war. So it's not Russian propaganda here. And let me just make this a little smaller. There we go. Oh my God. God, I hate this. I gotta find a way to get all the clips nice and fitting for the screen. In Germany, preparations are beginning for the event of a war that will have an even more direct impact on the Federal Republic than the Russian attack on Ukraine. According to information from the FAZ, the German armed forces have recently been confronting companies with the possibility of an emergency on the basis of the Operations Plan Germany. Now check this out. This is interesting here. Germany would then become a hub for tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of soldiers who would have to be transferred east, as well as military equipment, food, and medicine. And think about this also. The Germans have been talking a lot about what? Independent foreign policy. That's what they've been talking a lot about. They've been talking a lot about this idea going all the way back to 2016 with Brexit, when the British left the EU, and then the Americans started saying that the Germans aren't paying their fair share in defense, and then so Merkel said, can't trust the British, we can't trust the Americans, F these people, we gotta, grab our own destiny and take our destiny into our own hands. And then you had, even before that, back in the 1990s, the Germans were pursuing this idea of kind of an independent German foreign policy when they were getting involved in the Balkan conflict. So the Germans have had this aspiration of breaking free from American occupation since really the end of the Second World War. Germany is an occupied country. That's one thing you have to understand. Germany is not an independent country. It's an occupied country. It's like the West Bank with a better economy and really good technology and industry and factories and things of that sort. But nonetheless, while it is a rich country, it is an occupied country at the end of the day. And so the Germans want to break free. They want to break free. They're like the Palestinians, but they're, like I said, more industrial, and they have a huge economy. So one day, I think, I don't want to be emphatic about this, but I would not be surprised to see one day that a German intifada will spark. We'll see a German intifada. I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen. just a German uprising, not a violent one, but just a moment where Germany is going to say, yeah, screw this occupation. We want to do our own thing. We can't really trust America. I think something really bad would have to be happening in the U.S. that would enable the Germans to do that. So, for example, let's say one day the United States gets engulfed in massive political instability, and we have civil unrest, and we have, I don't know, paramilitary groups actually patrolling certain areas of the country because there would be a lack of government in certain areas. I think in such a situation like that, other superpowers, regional powers, would be saying, hey, we really can't rely on America. America has got to deal with its own problems. And in such a situation, Germany would have the opportunity to say, we got to break free. That's it. We got to break loose. So I think that could happen in the future. But for now, Germany is an occupied country and it's controlled by NATO. It's part of NATO. And it says here that Russia has started to prepare for war. In 4 to 5 years, Russia will be willing and able to attack further west, reports Plichke, citing the German intelligence services. And he paints a bleak picture of the pace of rearmament. Russia is currently producing 25 battle tanks per month, Germany just 3 per year. And that's a huge difference, right? 25 tanks a month versus 3 per year. I mean, that's there's not even, it's hard to even say that's a difference. I mean, it's like comparing an ant to an elephant, right? It's a huge, massive, vastly different universe when it comes to military innovation and build-up. So the Germans are going to have to really increase their military innovation, and I suspect that they will, because they definitely do have the industrial capacity to do so. It says here that the first joint exercise between civilian forces and the Bundeswehr has already taken place. So they're already training civilians for the for a war situation. Now check this out. Look at what they're calling the operation. Red Storm Alpha. Red Storm Alpha. Why would they use the word red? It kind of reminds me of that old Cold War saying better dead than red. Right? Wasn't the Soviet Union described as red, the Red Menace? And so the Germans are saying, hey, we want to train people getting ready for a war with Russia, and the name of this exercise is called Red Storm. Because perhaps they're preparing for, I don't know, a Russian invasion, a Red Storm invading Europe, something crazy like that. So it says here that the Red Storm Alpha exercise involved practicing protecting quays in the port in order to ward off spying attempts and prevent acts of sabotage. The name of the exercise suggests that the Red Storm Bravo exercise is clearly in preparation and is somewhat larger than the Alpha version. As many people as possible are to take part, especially from transport and logistics. The experience gained from such exercises is then incorporated into the operations plan Germany, which, despite its 1,000 pages, is by no means finished because much of the information is only available in fragments. The Bundeswehr calls it a living document, which means they can change it as much as they want, depending on future circumstances. And there's another article I wanted to show you guys about this. Man, I am not seeing it. I must have forgotten it. But anyway, that's what's happening, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the music. Hope you guys are enjoying this Friday stream. It's called Red Storm, maybe because the name Red Alert. Oh, maybe. We'll see. It is very interesting. 33 viewers, not bad. Let's maintain it, or at least increase it. I think this is the article I was talking about. More troops for NATO, more responsibility. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I don't want to bore you guys. I was looking for an article, but not finding it. But anyway, I saw this article that basically said that Germany needs to increase its technology, right? Its military technology, military capabilities, and things like that. Maybe I can still find it. No, I can't find it. I'll find it. I'll see if I can find it later. I'll probably not. It's cool. Let's see. So the war between vodka and beer. That's right. That's absolutely right. I remember a game called Red Menace. Yeah, I remember a game called Freedom Fighter where Russia has invaded America and you play a New York plumber who has a shotgun and you go around shooting Russian soldiers who are occupying New York City. Crazy game, but I'll tell you one thing. It was a lot of fun, especially when you played Capture the Flag with your friends. Would Eastern Europe tolerate large amounts of German troops in their countries in a German-Russian war? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know. I don't think a lot of people would like it, especially Poland. Imagine German troops in Poland, occupying Poland the third time or the second time. Try searching for it in Yandex. Did you call me on? Oh my god! Aunt. Oh man, you're talking like one of those British guys. That's not a bad idea though. Unhinged. Here's an article in what's this one? Potential clashes by the summer of 2025. That would be crazy. So I listened to what this guy told me here, Rusty, and I think your advice has worked here. I found this interesting article that basically says similarly to what I was saying here. This is from this is taking your advice. This is Yandex. Yeah. And it says here that previously a scenario for a hot water war between Russia and NATO was imagined in a classified Bundeswehr document cited by Bild in winter. It envisioned an escalation of tensions culminating in potential clashes by the summer of 2025. Germany is implementing contingency protocols in preparation for a large-scale war with Russia. German media reported citing a classified strategy paper. Fueled by hyped allegations of a Russia threat, the Bundeswehr has reportedly developed comprehensive plans for responding to a potential maneuver by Moscow on NATO's eastern flank. in its Operation Plan Germany. Here are some details. It identifies infrastructure facilities deemed particularly worthy of protection for military reasons, involving possibly moving 200,000 military vehicles across German territory if needed. Damn, that's a lot. Details the logistics of national defense mobilization, highlighting the significant challenges Germany would face if it became a hub for tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of soldiers, along with military equipment, food, and medicine that would need to be transported east to the front lines. Advises businesses to work out plans for crisis scenarios, etc., etc. So the Germans are really serious about this, guys. They really are. And it's quite insane to see what's happening, but it's surreal. It really is surreal. All right. Let's talk about Israel. The Polish people would welcome German troops with open hands, Ted. Much has changed? I don't think so. I don't think so. A lot of Polish people are upset by the fact that there are millions of Ukrainians living in their country, and they don't like that because of what the Ukrainians did to them back in the day. Yandex is still gay, but their services are okay. I can order for a taxi. Listen. In comparison to Google, Yandex is a conservative trad Catholic. All right? So much better than freaking Google. Because I don't have to worry about the retarded, tailored search results that you get every time when you try to use Google. God, I love this part of the song. This part of the song. Oh my God, it's so soothing for my mind. Let me know if that's too loud for you guys. Germany is like the Cowboys football team. They just want to keep fighting wars, but we all know that the outcome is going to be. Yeah. I'm not an expert on football, but you're probably right. I'll take your word for it. Let me know if the music is too loud. Yandex reverse image search is actually pretty good. It's very good. The Yandex, oh my God. This Russian guy is complaining about freaking Yandex because he doesn't know how good. No, you don't know how good you have it, all right? You have Yandex. We have Google. Google is freaking Skittles Mafia shit. You go on Google, you type in Ukrainian war crimes, and you get like Putin war crimes, Russia doing war crimes, Russia is the aggressor, it is the aggressor, Ukraine is innocent, Ukraine is like, man, I just want to know what the other side is doing so I know what kind of people my country is arming. All right, I just want to know. You go on to Yandex, and it's just, hey, here it is. Ukraine sucks. Here you go. Damn. Right there. And you go to Google Images and you type something in. Yeah, here's like 12 pictures. I remember back in the day, Google would lay out an entire photo album for you if you looked up something on Google Images. Here's every single photograph that pertains to your search. Here you go, my friend. Now, you go onto Google, you search something, here's 12 photos. Yeah, here's like 12 photos. Here you go. And if I go to Yandex, I type something in Yandex Images, I get hundreds of photos. Hundreds of them. And because Google wants to discourage people from copying and pasting photos, you know what they do? They blur it. They slightly blur the photo so it comes out in the shitty quality because they want you to pay for the copyrights or something. The copyright right or whatever. It's just egregious. It's egregious. It sucks. I hate it. So annoying. Is Yandex a search engine? Yeah, it's the Russian Google. But I hope that, listen, let's not allow too many people to know about this, right? Because if enough Americans start learning about Yandex, the Americans might shut down Yandex, and we don't want that. Google was once a good search engine. Yeah, it was great. Google was awesome. Something happened, I want to say, at around 2018. That's when I began to notice the difference. Something happened at around 2018, and it just, I began to notice it. You type something in, and the first garbage search results you get are paid advertisements. So if I type in, I don't know, sumac trees or something. Oh, order a sumac tree. Here's a sumac tree gardening, your nursery, this, buy that. Or if I type in anything, it's just paid advertisements, paid advertisements, paid advertisements, paid advertisements. So they give priority to the people who fork out money to Google. That's just the bottom line. It's not about giving you the best search results that are connected with the keywords that you used. They're not giving you what you actually searched for. So if I go to Yandex, I type in something, I actually get what I'm searching for. Oh, wow, who would have thought that that's actually a good idea? It was before 2018. It was when Google started giving you results that are closer to what you want, basically an echo chamber. So it was before. See, I started noticing it in 2018, but perhaps I'm wrong. Like 2010, no, dude. 2010 Google was way better. Maybe I was oblivious. I don't know, but I don't remember 2010 being bad at all for Google. 2010 was one of the good years. That was like one of the last good years. 2017 was an amazing year for me. It really was. Our website was doing good, and I was writing so many articles in 2017. It was a grind. It was unbelievable how productive I was in 2017. I would stay up all night, write. The sun would go up. I'd write some more. I'd go to sleep, get back up, write some more. I mean, it was amazing. Later on, do a video about something. It was amazing, guys. It was just amazing. 2016 was great. 2015 was great. 2014 was great. Our website was just exploding with views. Everybody was reading what we had to say. I mean, it was amazing. Amazing time. Really an amazing time. I have yet to find a year that is better than those years. I have yet to find a year that is better than those years. Better than the years of 2014 until 2018. If it's Chromium based, I'll keep using Firefox and use Yandex for searches. The negative opinion about Ukrainian refugees in Poland isn't as negative as you heard, Ted. I've just been in Krakow a few months ago. At most I asked said they prefer Ukrainian and German over Russian. Well, sure, they hate the Russians more than they hate the others, but I don't think, from what I understand, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the millions of Ukrainians living there, but maybe I'm just reading propaganda. Before 9/11, the internet was amazing. After 9/11, the internet was still pretty good. I remember I just remember it being really, really easy and very helpful and resourceful. We have 33 people watching this stream. Hi, guys. I'm guessing I'm just background noise for somebody when they're working, which is totally good, by the way. That's exactly what I want. I want to be background noise for people. Because when I am background noise, if my voice is something that you prefer for background noise, that means I relax you. That means there's a vibe. And it's all about vibing. YouTubing, streaming, podcasting, radio hosting, doesn't really matter. It's all about a vibe at the end of the day. I remember years ago, I would put on Michael Savage, and it would just be background. I'd be cooking, play Michael Savage. This is background noise. And I wouldn't listen to everything that he would say. I wouldn't listen to it, but it was just the way that he communicated. It was background noise. Rambler is another Russian. Yeah, I've heard of Rambler. I've used Rambler a couple of times, but maybe one time. But I mainly use Yandex. And if it's for simple searches that I know I can get on Google easily, I'll just use Google. But if it's for something very controversially specific, I will go to Yandex. Playing some PS2 classics. That is awesome. You see, that's exactly what I want. I want my channel to be background noise. Because when it's background noise, it's a vibe. If it's not background noise, it's just information. And people just come to me for information. I don't want that. I want people to come to me for information plus a vibe. If it's just information, then you're just going to click when you see a video that has a title that pertains to your interest. But if it's a vibe, the chances of you clicking on one of my videos goes up pretty high. There is an open source version of Chrome called the Chromium browser that could be a good alternative. I'll check it out. Or you could use browser like Brave. So let's check out Chromium browser. Let's check this out. Chromium browser. Okay, Chromium browser. All right. The Chromium projects. Is this what it is? Oh, I gotta download it. Okay, I'll see if I can download it later if I remember. Choosing between Yandex and Google depends on what kind of spook you want to have watching you. So what do you want, chat? Is it SPR or CIA? Russians? Are there Russians watching me right now for intelligence purposes? Are they saying, listen? Are there some low-level Russian operatives listening to me? Saying, listen, let's see if we can use this guy. Maybe he'll be useful. I don't know. There is an open source. Let's see. I play and listen to your YouTube videos, and when I'm getting ready for work, that's awesome. So that's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. I want to be a vibe. That's all I want to be. I would rather be just a vibe than just information. Because if I'm just a vibe, then man, you widen your core audience very, very efficiently that way. And but plus it's just cooler to be a vibe. It's just so much cooler to be a vibe. I want to get people to feel comfortable. I want to be that video that people see in the thumbnails and say, I gotta click. Because this guy, for some reason, warms up my day. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I try to do. But it's hard to do that. It's really hard to do that. It's not easy. It's much easier to rile people up than to calm them down. And I want to calm people down. And that's difficult for me. Because I get riled up myself as I do videos. So but I think the best resort to do when it comes to video making is to just not have a mask. I think that's your best thing, your best course of action when you're doing videos. It's just don't put on a mask. A lot of times when the camera turns on, you turn that camera on, only two things happen. Either one of two things happen. One, you put on a mask and you try to be performative and people see you as a robot. Or two, magic happens. And by magic, I mean there's no mask and you are you. And for most of us, including myself, it's very, very difficult. There are few people in this world who can just turn on that camera and let the magic run through, let the magic flow. It's very difficult, but if you can do that, man, it takes some nerves though. Take off the mask. It's so difficult. We as human beings all have masks. You know, we as human beings, we all have masks. I took a psychology course when I was in high school. We had this really good psychology teacher, I remember. I wish that guy could be as famous as Jordan Peterson. He was a really good teacher, and he taught us human psychology, and he never really had us open up a textbook and read out of a textbook or anything like that. He just talked to us. He believed that the best method of teaching was just to talk. Don't read out of a book. Don't read from a script. Because have you ever noticed that when someone reads a script or when someone reads a speech, it's more difficult to understand that person than someone who is just talking to you? Have you ever noticed that when someone is just talking to you, just mano to mano, human to human, they're just speaking their minds? It's so much easier to understand that person than to hear someone who's reading out of a speech or a book or a script. It's just the way it is, because it's when you're just talking, you're communicating with the person. You're not just trying to convey information to them. So this teacher of ours, he would always just talk to us. So we would sit down, and the class was like, I think, an hour and a half or 2 hours or something like that. This guy was the most favorite teacher in the whole school. Everybody wanted to be in this guy's class. Why? Because it was fun. You sat in class, and it was your time to relax. So I would look at my schedule, and I would say, okay, I have algebra, I have this class, and then the last class was the psychology class. And so the way I would look at it, it came to the point where I would look at my schedule and say, okay, this class, that class, this, and then psychology class. And I would look at it as if class was ending, as if class was gonna end before psychology class, because I did not consider psychology class to be really work. It was just comfort. I would sit down, the teacher would talk to us, and it was just a conversation. It was an open conversation between the teacher and the students. And he would calm everyone down. Everybody was super calm in this class. Everybody was super chill in this class. And he wouldn't sit there and try to force everyone to listen, and you gotta read this and do this homework, you gotta prepare for this test. He wouldn't do any of that bullshit. He would say, and he would tell us, he goes, guys, that's not how people learn. People don't learn by giving them tests and making them study for tests. People learn by just teaching. I'm teaching you. I'm going to talk to you guys. And so that was his method of teaching. So I remember we were sitting down. He was giving us a lecture on human behavior. And he said, everyone has masks. Everyone puts on a mask. So you're talking to someone, boom. You're talking to another type of person, you put on a different mask. So everyone has these masks. And to take off the mask is very difficult. That's why people really like to drink alcohol, because alcohol, it dissipates the mask. The mask just crumbles away because you stop giving a shit what other people think, so you take the mask off. And you have to look at talking in front of a camera as an opportunity just to take off the mask. And it's super difficult. And every time I do a video, I struggle. Well, not every time, but most of the time, when I do videos, I struggle to take off the mask. But the thing is, I notice is the more videos I do, the easier it is for me just to take off the mask, you know? That's the thing. But it's, I had one guy, there's a guy that's been talking to me, and he wants to start a YouTube channel. And he asked me for some advice. He said, because when I turn on the camera, it's like I can't speak. It's like something is grabbing my tongue, and I can't speak. And I gave him several minutes of a voice message, and explaining to him the psychology of it. I said, welcome to the most difficult part about talking to a camera, talking in front of a camera. And I said, here's the best piece of advice I can give you. When you're talking in front of a camera, don't think you're talking to a crowd of people. Just talk to yourself. And talking in front of a camera is pretty much just talking to yourself. It comes down to you being comfortable with you. If you're comfortable with you, you can talk in front of a camera. If you're not comfortable with yourself, you're going to have a lot of difficulty. So it's just about being comfortable with yourself. And once you become comfortable with yourself, then camera's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So just talk to yourself. That's it. Bottom line. Just talk to yourself. Let's see here. I was using Yandex images and all search results in Russian. Yeah, you can use Google Translate, or I don't think Google Translate works on that, but you do get, if you type things in English, that's the cool thing about Yandex, is that if you type something in English, you get both the English language results and you also get the Russian language results, and so you can get different viewpoints from different countries. It's quite awesome. Let's see here. Behind the mask is only another mask. That's also true to a great extent. Yes, like I said, we have multiple masks. So let's say you have a mask that makes you think that you have to be performative in front of the camera. That's the biggest problem, is when you turn on the camera, you think, okay, the camera's on. I have to be performative. I have to be perfect. So what happens is that you put all this pressure on yourself. When you put pressure on yourself, you start feeling nervous. When you're nervous, you start making mistakes, and that's when the video comes out like garbage. And I have made a lot of garbage videos. Don't even get me started. I made a lot of shitty videos. So what you need to do is take off the mask of being a perfectionist, right? You have to take out the perfectionist mask. That's the mask you have to take out. Now, if you believe there's always going to be another mask, then fine. Then put on the mask that says you don't need to be performative. You know, you can just say that. Nothing complicated here. It's not complicated, but it's challenging, right? Because your nervous system, your nerves, your self-conscientiousness, your ego wants you to be perfect. That's the problem. And so when you want to be perfect, you don't give yourself room for mistakes. And when you don't give yourself room for mistakes, that's when you end up being filled with despair and misery, because you just hate yourself. And you're not satisfied with yourself, and you're angry with yourself, and you're bitter with yourself, and you resent yourself. And so when you have all these bitter, and when you have all these almost neurotic emotions inside of you, inside of your mind, they're all kind of tangled together. And so once you turn that camera on and you have all this neuroticism going on, you're saying, okay, I need to be perfect, and oh my God, you mess up. And this is why a lot of people have difficulty talking in front of a camera, because they haven't learned to be comfortable with themselves yet. You have to be comfortable with yourself. Comfortable with yourself. That's it. The reason why you can talk to your friends and family and be super comfortable is because you're comfortable around other people. You're comfortable around those people specifically, and plus your brain knows that you're talking to another human being, so it flips the switch and you go into conversation mode. The moment it's just you with the camera, it's just you and yourself. And because you're not comfortable with just being you, or comfortable being talking alone, you end up making a lot of mistakes, and you become tongue-tied. You literally, like, something grabs your tongue. You can't communicate. this is what stage fright is. I truly believe this is where stage fright comes from. Camera shy, all these things. Once you say fuck it, I'm gonna make mistakes, and that's fine. You give yourself room to make mistakes, and you fly like a bird. Let me tell you, you don't give a damn. You should be really scared when the camera talked back to you. Yeah. That's why I never show my face in front of the camera. My neurosis constantly shows off like hell. Better be the one behind the camera. And that's why a lot of times it's easier for people just to do a video with just audio, and then they have B-roll or images to be on top of the screen, to be over the screen. Good advice on talking in front of the camera. Yeah, you just talk to yourself. That is the fastest way to get comfortable in front of a camera. Just talk to yourself. Don't talk to other people. Fuck other people. You just turn the camera on and say you want to talk about how the world is going into a right-wing transition. You can say, guys, man, I've noticed a lot of weird shit lately. Have you seen Twitter? Yeah. So let's talk about Israel, guys. I just gave you guys a whole little talk on human psychology and the infamous mask, or the masks that we put on ourselves. So let's talk about Israel and Israel's plans here. I'm going to make sure I have everything put together here. Hold on. Okay, I read this part. I have not read this part. Not read this part. I don't really give a shit about the UK. All right, here we go. So here we go, guys. What is the plan of Israel for Gaza? Thanks for the advice, no problem. I have a video coming up about the Russian attacks knockoffs. Are you making videos? That's why I never show. Okay, we already said that. Here we go. So what is the plan of Israel for Gaza? I think it's quite obvious to those who have been reading the news that the plan of Israel is to just take Gaza and build settlements. That's the ultimate plan for Gaza. It's to make it Jewish. So they want to build settlements. The music is too loud. Okay, hold on a second. Let me make it lower. How about now? They want to build settlements. That's what they want to do. And there was an article that came out today. Let me know if the music is too loud. There was an article that came out, I want to say today or yesterday, and it was published by Haaretz. And it says here that the world rejects Israel's harsh general's plan for Gaza, so the generals work around it. So it says here that a former military intelligence chief believes that in the coming years, the army will slice up Gaza and use the strips for raids into populated areas to fight Hamas. Now, they're going to say Hamas is the reason, but we all know the ultimate reason is to Judaize Gaza. And it says here that in a surprise at the Knesset the next day, Netanyahu expressed hope, but didn't elaborate that dozens of hostages could be released soon. His people believe that a ceasefire in Lebanon will enable a new surge in Gaza that will make it possible to promote a new hostage deal. So it goes on to say here, Major General Tamir Heyman, the executive director of the Institute for National Security Services, believes that recent weeks have revealed Israel's plans for Gaza. Heyman, a former head of military intelligence, believes that the troops won't leave Gaza in the coming years. The army will slice up the enclave and use the strips for raids into populated areas to fight Hamas's efforts to organize. So Gadi Eisenkot, a senior opposition lawmaker, he spoke at a conference of the Israel Democracy Institute, and he said that the security cabinet has people who don't want to see an end of the war. They're also less experienced people. So what is the end result? There was the end plan, the end goal is to Judaize Gaza. And it says here that an Israeli intelligence official was asked recently about the balance Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei sees after more than a year of war in the region, a war ignited by one of Iran's protégés, Hamas. It says here that according to the intelligence official, Tehran no longer sees the balance as encouraging. Based on experience and the famous Trump uncertainty, the Shiite axis sees the 45th president's return as bad news. The regime will have to try hard to restrain its proxies so as not to rile up the Americans. So according to this Israeli intelligence official, the Iranians are nervous about Trump, and so they're going to try to be more careful with a Trump administration. I'm not sure if that's true. But that's kind of a different topic from the topic at hand here, which is the plan to Judaize Gaza. And they also want to Judaize the West Bank. Toxtith O'Grady said the West Bank. This is very true. Sweet melodious music. Absolutely. I love it. And here is an article about Donald Trump in regards to the Israeli plan to annex the West Bank. And it says here that Trump opposes Israeli West Bank sovereignty move, senior Republicans say. And it says here that let me make this a little bit more magnified here. While settlers euphoric and Smotrich, so while settlers are euphoric, sorry, this is directly translated from English. Music is a little too high. My God, dude. What's up with the music? Why is it so loud? Sorry about that. Let me know if it's too loud or not. Is it good? Can you guys still hear it? While settlers are euphoric and Smotrich hails the 2025 as years of sovereignty my God, let me read this again. Sorry. Oh my God. While settlers are euphoric and Smotrich hails 2025 as year of sovereignty, senior Republicans warn President-elect opposes the move to annex the West Bank, fearing it could jeopardize normalization with Saudi Arabia. And it says here, this is a pretty small article, it says here that reports suggest Trump is concerned annexation could derail efforts to secure normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, a top priority for the incoming administration. So it's interesting because I remember they were talking about annexing the West Bank when Trump was president. And they were talking about that, and I think that there were some European countries that got involved and said, this is a terrible idea, don't do it. I'm going to recline myself a little bit here. And the Trump administration was actually all for the annexation of the West Bank. So it seems like now the Trump administration is going to be more careful, and they're going to say that they're against this idea of annexing the West Bank. I hope that this holds true. Because I don't want to see any further escalation in the West Bank and also in Gaza. Now, if this is true, why would Trump oppose this idea when his administration was supportive of this idea during his first administration? I think it's because Trump doesn't want to, like the article says, doesn't want to anger the Arabs. Trump wants to have good relations with the Saudis and wants to maintain normalization between the Arabs and the Israelis. Now, this might change. Who knows? It might be that Iran's going to nuke the shit out of Saudi Arabia because the United States is going to tell Saudi Arabia that we're done with you. We're going to drill our own oil. Who knows what the future holds? But if this does hold true, if this does happen, it'll be because Trump doesn't want to ruin relations with the Saudis, and it'll also probably be because the Republicans will not want to anger Arab Americans who voted for Trump, and the Republican Party maybe wants to maintain a good relation with ethnic Arab peoples living in the United States because it wants to gain those voters or maintain Arab voters who selected the Republican Party. So I think that's part of it. Now, the article goes on to say, in Israel, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich has labeled 2025 as the year of sovereignty, signaling annexation ambitions. However, senior Israeli political sources suggest Smotrich's rhetoric is aimed at shoring up support among his base amid controversies over the ultra-Orthodox draft exemption law. So basically, A lot of Israelis want the ultra-Orthodox Jews to get drafted into the military, and I think Smotrich supports the Orthodox getting drafted, and some of the Orthodox are upset, but that's going to change. You're going to definitely be seeing Orthodox soldiers being drafted or becoming a serious part of the military in Israel, because it's just inevitable, because Israel needs more manpower, because it faces multiple enemies. It's facing Iran, which is a major regional power. So Iran's going to need as many men as possible, and the problem is that you have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of men who are exempt from the military because they're whatever, Jewish Orthodox. So that's going to change 100%. That's why you see so many women in the IDF. It's because they're having to recruit anyone they can, including women. That's why you see so many women with guns, you know, so they have to get as many men as possible. And you have a whole freaking plethora of men who are able-bodied for the military, but hey, you know, they're exempt, and a lot of the people in the Israeli society want that to change, and that is going to change as Israel's stability in the Middle East, as Israel's security in the Middle East becomes more and more uncertain. The Mask in the Mirror is a really good album by Lorena McKenna. I love Lorena McKenna's music. I've been listening to her since the 90s. Have you seen David Friedman's One Jewish Day? I have not. I don't even know who David Friedman is. Israeli intelligence have excellent intelligence sharing with Saudis. I know. They have excellent intelligence everywhere. They have Mossad agents here in the United States. I wouldn't doubt that there's a small-time Mossad operative listening on to this stream right now as we speak. So the article goes on to say that while the settlers prepare to push annexation plans under the new administration, the likelihood of American recognition remains uncertain. Analysts say it could hinge on concessions to Palestinians as part of a broader Trump-led regional deal, raising questions about Smotrich and far-right ally Itamar Ben-Gvir's willingness to compromise. So we really have yet to see what the Trump administration is going to do with Israel. It might be that Trump will be more careful in dealing with the Israelis, so as not to be supportive of the unhinged Israelis and be more supportive of the moderate ones. But we really have yet to see. You know, I think that Israel is just on a path towards deeper fanaticism in its society, and I think Israeli society is becoming more and more fanatical. And I think eventually what's going to happen is the fanatics are going to win out, and there's going to be Israel's going to become just a bloodbath. It's going to be a blender of human misery. Now check this out here. Troops. Okay, so this lunatic, here's one of the lunatics of Israel. You can see it. It's all in the eyes, guys. It's all in the eyes. You can see it. Troops smuggled settler leader into Gaza. So they smuggled this woman into Gaza so that she can do some property assessments, so she can sort of map out where she wants to build a settlement. You're going off to work? All right, see you later. Thanks for joining us. So it says here that IDF probing reported illegal entrance of Daniela Weiss amid investigation into death of civilian researcher who entered southern Lebanon combat. So there was some Israeli archaeologist who illegally entered Gaza, and he ended up being killed. And so it says here, did I underline anything here? I did not. I'll just read a little bit. So it says here that Israeli soldiers in Gaza went over their superiors' heads earlier last week to help a settler leader enter the strip to survey sites for potential Israeli or Jewish settlements. Hebrew media reported as the army probed the death in combat of 71-year-old amateur archaeologist, blah, blah, blah. Can you guys hear the music, by the way? Some people were complaining about how it was too loud, so I lowered it down even more. Let me know if it's too loud or if it's too low, or if you can't hear, if you can or cannot hear it at all. Oh, Michelle, you were wondering about the video of the 13 bakeries. Let me get you that video, and I'll put it in chat real quick. Okay, hold on 1 second. Guys, let me know if the music is good enough. I'm gonna get a link for this lady. She wants the 13 bakeries video. Hold up. Still a bit loud. Music is good. Oh my god, like no one is satisfied. I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. 71 years old and still an amateur. Oof. That's tough, man. The video is not on YouTube because YouTube took it down. They said that it was against. See, this is what I mean by YouTube, dude. YouTube. Oh my god. Let me just give me the video here and I'll explain myself. All right, here you go. Music is loud. Oh my god, it can't be that loud. I'm gonna listen to myself. How can it be that loud? It's like on super low on the volume gauge. All right, here's the video. This video used to be. Hold on, let me lower the music down. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna listen to myself real quick. Hold on. All right, here's the video. This video used to be. Hold on, let me lower the music down. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna listen to myself real quick. Just a bloodbath. It's gonna be the 13 Bakeries video. Hold up. All right, you guys are right. It's too loud. All right, I'm lowering it down. Oh, man, so annoying. I guess I have to just bring it all the way down here. Let me see if this works. Hold up. All right, is that good enough? All right, let me know. Is that loud? Is that low enough? Let me know, please. I can just listen to myself real quick. I need to have music while I'm streaming. It's just impossible to stream without it. All right, is that good enough? All right, let me know. Is that loud? All right, that's good. All right, good. All right, that's good enough. So here we go, because that's good. All right, cool. So the music is very nice. I think video game sound scores are just beautiful. Resident Evil sound score. Far Cry 5 sound score. Resident Evil 4, I remember said that. Oh man, Rings of War. The Lord of the Rings video game. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's just some great sound scores out there. Your dad is still working on the book. Yep. That's right, he is. He's actually planning on, I think, doing some lectures when the book is done. Some online stuff that we'll host here. So let's go back to the articles here. How many people are listening to the stream? 35 people. Hot damn, that is great. That's a good number for me. That's a good number for me. So somebody brought up the ICC, the International Criminal Court. The ICC recently issued an arrest warrant out for Netanyahu's arrest. Now, that is surreal, because I remember hearing about this months and months ago. I remember hearing about this during the summer of this year, that the ICC was talking about releasing an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. And I didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't believe it. I said, I talked about it because Germany came out, I remember, this year and said, hey, if there's an arrest warrant out for Netanyahu, we will comply with the arrest warrant. We will comply with what the ICC demands. In other words, we would arrest Netanyahu if he comes here. We will arrest Netanyahu if he comes here. No coffee in this damn thing. And I thought that was surreal that Germany would say we will arrest the Prime Minister of Israel. I'm thinking, okay, imagine being the Prime Minister of a country that was formed as a response to the Holocaust, only to get arrested by the country that orchestrated the Holocaust. I mean, this is so ironic, right? It's just so surreal. But I didn't think that would I didn't think that they would even issue a warrant. And they did. So this has been one of the biggest news stories right now. You go to all the major media publications, they're talking about it. So now I'm not even questioning if they're going to do it, if they're going to release a warrant, because they already have. So now we're going to wonder, or we are wondering, whether or not Netanyahu is actually going to get arrested. That's the question. We have yet to find out. But several European countries have stated that they will comply with what the ICC demands. I think these countries are Ireland, Norway, I think Spain is one of them, Germany. I think Austria has said that they respect the demands of the ICC. Imagine Austria. Imagine the memes. Imagine the army of anti-Semites on X. Imagine all the Holocaust deniers, all the people who hate Jews and Israel, all these people. Imagine all these people getting together as an online army, just making memes about Netanyahu getting arrested by Austria or Germany. Like, hey, Hitler, he's laughing from his grave, sort of thing. When you think there's crazy and then Germany steps up their game. It's just surreal to me. All of the Austrian painter who got rejected by art school memes are gonna pop up, and you're gonna see photos of Hitler smiling, and they're gonna put a meme that says something like, you know, the Austrian painter got the last laugh or something like that. Canada, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we have to see. We don't know what's going to happen, but it does show a sign, albeit it is a slight sign. Nonetheless, it is a sign. It does show a sign of the beginning stages of Israel becoming more and more isolated. Because this has never happened before. This has never happened before. And all of the pro-Netanyahu people are even more pro-Netanyahu, because what are they saying? They're saying, look, our guy is being persecuted by these anti-Semitic European countries. And Netanyahu himself pulled out the greatest weapon, the greatest, how do I put it? The greatest emotional blackmail that Israel uses. Netanyahu pulled out the old anti-Semitic card. And he said, the ICC is anti-Semitic. So the pro-Israel people are going to be even more pro-Israel now, because they're going to say, look, the elites hate Israel. This is why we have to stand for Israel, because the world hates Israel. The world hates Israel because God loves Israel, and the world hates God. And so they're going down that rabbit hole. Then you have the pro-Netanyahu fanatics, or the straight-up Jewish fanatics, who are going to be even more supportive of Netanyahu because, well, it's for a similar reason that the Christian Zionists are really intensifying their love for Netanyahu. They're saying, what? Our guy is hated by the elites. Our guy is hated by the rest of the world because he's doing the right thing. And we, Israel, the only Jewish state, we are being attacked because of global anti-Semitism, and the world hates us because they ain't us. All right, so we're at that level of reasoning here. We're at that level of reasoning here. Now, if Netanyahu gets arrested by a European country, I'm not exaggerating, guys. I'll do a freaking live stream all night. Like, if I hear the news, Netanyahu just got arrested, put everything down. I don't give a damn what it is. Gardening, put the gardening tools down. Cooking, let the food wait. It can sit, it can cook later. I'm putting everything down. I'm coming right to this damn spot. I'm gonna boil myself some tea and sit my ass down right here on this spot. And I'm gonna say, guys, this is crazy. And I'm gonna stream all night. I'll be streaming all night long, guys. Because that would be just too insane to pass. It would be too insane just to spend an hour to talk about. Emergency stream. It would be greater than, I would be more intense. How do I put it? It would be a more intense stream than the stream that I did when Trump got shot. When Trump got shot, it was like, what, a 4-hour stream? And then, okay, guys, I gotta go. This would be an all-nighter. Straight up all-nighter. I'll be like, guys, I think we're gonna see another Holocaust in our lifetime. Like, it would be at that level of intensity. It would just be too great to just do an hour stream for. Didn't Uncle H said before his death that his spirit will guide them? I think so. I'm not sure. Something like that. I'll have to fact check it. Would be funny if Mongolia arrests the revival of the Mongolian Empire. Oh my God. Which countries are saying that they will arrest Naughton? Because he's officially now a war criminal. I know that Ireland is one of them. Ireland is the most hardcore anti-Israel country in Europe. I don't know why. Well, I think it's because they resonate with the Palestinians, and they familiarize the Protestants who persecuted them with the Israelis. So they say the Israelis are like the British and we are like the Palestinians. So they emotionally and psychologically connect with them and relate to the Palestinians, and so they get really, really emotionally and psychologically intense about supporting Palestine. It's deeply psychological. The Irish support for Palestine is immensely psychological. You wouldn't be watching for news updates? Well, I think it would go something like this. I would start the stream, I would be very ecstatic and exuberant and enthusiastic and neurotic, and then I would be talking for like 2 hours straight, 3 hours. We'll be looking at the news, looking at Twitter, X, and then it'll eventually just divert into looking at anti-Jewish memes on X and saying, "Oh my God, look what people are saying," and then we'll get into some deep thinking and deep talking about how history is a wheel that's constantly turning and how we're constantly repeating the evils of the past. And then we'll just divert into listening to music and smoking really high nicotine tobacco and drinking really strong black coffee. And then I'll probably get into some other rant about some other thing that's really, really deep and very, very emotionally impactful for me. Something like that. I don't know. But it's a work of art. Streaming is a work of art, by the way. Streaming is not just talking in front of a camera. It's art. You are the director. You have to... streaming is a mixture of planning and not planning. It's a mixture of planning and acceptance, right? Planning and accepting the unexpected. So when you're streaming, you're like, okay, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about Trump. I'm going to talk about Israel. I'm going to talk about Russia. I'm going to talk about this. And you'll talk about those topics. You'll cover those topics. But in between you covering those topics, in between and after covering those topics, all sorts of things are running through your head. It's like this stream of thought is running through your head because you're doing because you're doing so much thinking as you're streaming, because you're doing so much talking. Talking helps the brain, by the way. I've never even read about this. I can't scientifically confirm it, but from my own experience, talking just excites the brain. So when you're talking, it's like you're brainstorming, and then your brain will start reminding you of different things that you forgot about. Your brain will start making connections that you may have never connected, that you've never made. So you just start going, and it's you have to have music in the background that really amps everything up, and really, it really makes things more colorful. And the importance of putting music in a stream is that it fills in the gaps. Music fills in the gaps. So there because when you're streaming, there are going to be moments when you're going to pause. You're going to pause to think. You're going to pause to fact check yourself. You're going to pause to look something up, or you got to go to take a piss or something. There's going to be pauses. So what you don't want in those moments is just dead silence, because dead silence it's dead, right? I mean, the title is self-explanatory. And deadness is an absence of energy, and you want energy to accelerate the stream forward. You want energy to maintain people's attention. You want to continuously engage your audience. So when you make pauses, the music is there to fill in the gaps, so that there is no dead silence, and so that there is a continuation of the vibe and the energy. So I'm gonna make a pause. Sounds great, doesn't it? There's the music. Sounds beautiful. Pause. It's wonderful, right? It's a work of art. Streaming is art. I look forward to these streams every week. This is one of the highlights of my week. This is the highlight that I always wait for. There can be other highlights of the week that I may not expect, but there is only one highlight that I expect. And that's this Friday live stream. And every stream I do, I see it as an opportunity to better my abilities to stream, and to better my abilities to communicate, and to better my abilities to express myself, and to get a lot of things out of my mind, and just to cover different topics and really express what I feel about them. It's just an amazing thing. Streaming is magic. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It really is. Their peak of the week, it's just an amazing time. Now, I can't do this every day, because there's other things that I want to do. Like, I want to read and I want to write, and streaming takes a lot of time. But these Friday streams, they're just, it's like a meditation. It's very meditative. You got the music, and you got the time and the silence, and it's beautiful. What can I say? What do you think the future of Israel and other Israeli-friendly countries? I think that the future of Israel is destruction. That's what I think. I think it's another Holocaust. I wouldn't want you to do it every day. I can guarantee you, if I did it every day, it would just sort of cheapen everything. There is a reason why Asmongold spends much of his streams reviewing other videos. It's great. I like his reaction content. I really do. But one of the reasons why he does it is because it makes streaming so much easier, because he streams every single day for 4 to 5 hours, sometimes 6 or 7 hours a day, sometimes more. And he needs material. He can't just sit in front of the camera and say, okay, guys, we're going to talk, or I'm going to play World of Warcraft for hours. Like, he needs that material. So what better way to gain material than just to review videos and then react? And then you can bounce off those videos, and you can get ideas, and you can express those ideas. And so you're watching something and you get an idea, pause the video, you start talking, and you talk for 15, 20 minutes. Then you resume, watch some more of the video. Oh, I got some more ideas. Let me express myself. Boom. And it's just watching videos and reading articles is a way for your brain to bounce on something. Your brain needs something to bounce on. So if your brain is just sitting there, it's not being dribbled, it's just sort of sitting there, it becomes cold. It's like a car that's not being driven. It just sort of gets rusty after a while. In order for the motor to be running, you got to move it. Or you at least, in order for the car to be warmed up and for the motor to be refreshed, so to speak, you need to move the car. You got to use the car. Same thing with the mind. And the way that you get the mind to bounce off of something as opposed to being static is to read or to watch. And when you're reading something, you have an idea. Oh, it triggers a thought, it triggers another thought, and then you start talking. And you could talk for 15, 20 minutes. If you if you are watching something, you see something, it reminds you of something else. Pause the video, boom, you have something to talk about. So, do you think that Trump will live to his inauguration? I hope so, because if he doesn't, it's going to be some crazy ass instability here. Asmongold is much smarter than he looks. Asmongold is one of the few people who basically agree with what I'm saying when it comes to the future of political thought. I believe that we are in a right-wing surge, and that this surge is not going to go away. It's going to increase because the left has shot itself in the foot by just digging itself into some weird trans shit and bullshit like that. And Asmongold did her video yesterday stating that there is a right-wing surge, there is a nationalist surge, and that eventually this movement, this political movement, will become oppressive unto itself. So people are turning to the right because they want a response to this sort of light despotism that we've seen in modern Western countries. The problem is that this surge to the right is going to continue to increase to the point where it's going to be a dominating factor in much of Western society. And this will eventually become oppressive unto itself. And so we have been complaining about the soft tyranny of current day governments, and we're turning to the right, and a lot of us are oblivious to the fact that an empowered right-wing political system will also be oppressive, and it'll actually be more oppressive than what we have now. Because you can't honestly tell me or try to convince me that what we have now would be somehow worse than a bunch of Third Reich LARPers who want to run and organize concentration camps. But Asmongold sees a lot of what I'm seeing, and he's one of the few people online who sees what I'm seeing. A lot of people just don't see it. Mongolia arresting Netanyahu be like, sorry, Rabbi Bibi, we cannot let you surpass Daddy Genghis in the art of genocide. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That Palestine take was spicy. Yeah, it got him in trouble too. And he made a earnest apology video. Is streaming a way to vent and get things off? It can be, definitely, yeah. Or it can just be a way to organize your thoughts. You know, I think it's very difficult just to, okay, say, I'm going to talk about this. I find this interesting. I'm going to go in front of the camera and I'm just going to talk about it. And it can be difficult just to cold turkey turn the camera on and go. A lot of times, or at least sometimes, you got to let your brain organize your thoughts and arrange your thoughts. And a really great way, a really efficient way to do that is to actually just sit down and talk. Talk to yourself. Just talk. And your brain will find ways to make the connections. And also, if you've done a lot of reading, the most important thing to do before you talk in front of a camera is to relax. If you're not relaxed, you're not going to perform well. The reason why I say you have to relax is because when you relax, you're allowing your mind to do the work for you. When you're stressed and nervous, you're trying to force the information to come out of your mouth. And one thing that I've noticed is that in life, force is something that almost never works. In just regular life, force is something that really doesn't work. When you try to force something, usually what you want doesn't happen. It's like if you try to pressure a girl to like you, it's not going to work. She's never going to like you by you pressuring her. A woman only really likes you if you just sort of let her do her thing, and then it happens. That could be applied to all facets of life. I spent a little bit of time reading Chinese wisdom, and one thing I like about Chinese wisdom is the emphasis on sort of letting go, just letting go and allowing things to happen. And what Chinese wisdom teaches is that a lot of times when you just let things go, life sort of just, all the pieces sort of fall into place for you, and you become quite happy with the outcome. How many times have we done something that we thought was a good idea only to regret it later because we were trying to force something? So a lot of times we think, okay, I don't have all my thoughts aligned. what that really means is that you're not relaxed, because if you spent enough time reading about a particular topic, the information is in your head. You just need to relax your mind and let your mind do the work for you. So that's why streaming really helps, because when you're streaming, you're more in a relaxed state, because I'm talking to chat. When I'm talking to chat, my mind is in conversation mode. When I'm in conversation mode, I'm much calmer. I'm not talking to a cold, dead machine. I'm talking to you guys and you're talking to me. So I'm in a conversation. When you're doing pre-recorded videos, you're talking to a cold, dead machine, and it can seem more difficult to express yourself. So if you just relax, one thing you'll notice is that all the information is there in your head. You just need to relax, and your mind will find ways to express those thoughts that you have in your head. Technically, Bibi can. If the Euro countries are not dedicated to the warrant enough and not ground the plane with force, he won't be able to land. I look forward to them too. Even when I'm busy doing something, I just bring it along. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Music is perfect. Awesome. Does the ICC warrant mean Netanyahu can't fly? If the plane passes by, that's another thing. But if he lands in a country, let's say he lands in Ireland, and Ireland is super adamant about arresting him, they can arrest him. You know, they can arrest him. So which countries will arrest Netanyahu? So Politico has an article on this. Benjamin Netanyahu warrant. Where can he still go in Europe? So it says here, Benjamin Netanyahu arrest warrant. Where can he still go in Europe? I have a huge problem with anxiety when doing the welding test. I can't perform even 20% of my skill. Luckily, people with experience see this and give me time. Yeah, nervousness really restricts you. So that's why when you're relaxed, everything flows out perfectly, because you're allowing your brain to do its work. Your brain has all the information. Your brain knows what to do. You just got to let go and let it work. You know, if you're really good at welding and you just relax, everything will flow. You know? Benjamin Netanyahu arrest warrant. Where can he still go in Europe? The International Criminal Court dropped a legal bombshell Thursday when it issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and ex-defense minister Yoav Gallant over alleged war crimes in Gaza. The court said in a statement that Netanyahu and Gallant each bear criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts, as well as internationally directing an attack against the civilian population. Israel has been carrying out its war in the Gaza Strip for more than a year, killing tens of thousands of people, etc., etc. So which countries are gonna want to arrest him? Will arrest. Here we go. This is what we've been asking for. The Netherlands. Dutch Foreign Minister Casper Veldkamp said the Netherlands will comply with the ICC warrant and arrest Netanyahu if he enters the country. The Netherlands implements the Rome Statute 100%, he said, referring to the Hague-based court's founding treaty. Veldkamp was slated to visit Israel next week, but his trip was axed by Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar over his comments supporting the ruling. Ireland. Yeah, Ireland would definitely arrest Netanyahu. I would be shocked if they didn't. Irish Prime Minister Simon Harris responded, yes, absolutely, when asked if Ireland would arrest Netanyahu. We support international courts, and we apply their warrants. Another one, Belgium. The fight against impunity, wherever crimes are committed, is a priority for Belgium, which fully supports the work of the ICC. Those responsible for crimes committed in Israel and Gaza must be prosecuted at the highest level, regardless of who committed them. Belgian Deputy Prime Minister Petra de Sutter said that Europe must comply with the ICC ruling and uphold these arrest warrants. Spain will arrest. Oh my God. Spain respects. This is the country of the Spanish Inquisition. What's funny is that Netanyahu's father wrote an entire massive volume on the history of the Spanish Inquisition, if you can believe it. I can actually get this mic. Not a good idea. Can I get this thing more forward? Doesn't want to work. Anxiety, it's just, nervousness. That's all it is. Just like being nervous in front of a camera. Performance anxiety. Netanyahu's father wrote an entire massive volume on the history of the Spanish Inquisition. Could you imagine Netanyahu getting arrested by Spain? Like, this is the return of the Spanish Inquisition, everyone. Will arrest Austria. Now, this one's the biggest trip. Could you imagine if Austria arrests Netanyahu? That would be absolutely freaking crazy. Oh my God! All the Austrian painter who got rejected by art school, the rejected Austrian painter memes are gonna be all over the place. Rejected Austrian painter gets the last laugh. What a trip. What an absolute trip. Austria's foreign ministry called the ICC's ruling utterly incomprehensible. Nonetheless, it said authorities would have no choice but to arrest Netanyahu. Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg slammed the ruling as absurd, but added that international law is non-negotiable and applies everywhere. So Slovenia will also arrest Natan if given the chance. Slovenia respects the decision of the ICC regarding arrest warrants, etc. Will not arrest Hungary. So Viktor Orban, he's an American puppet at the end of the day. Unclear. Germany. Ooh, that's a big controversy. Chief government spokesperson Stefan Hebstreit told reporters that it's hard to imagine that arrests could be made in Germany on this basis. Any further action would only be taken when a stay by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant in Germany is foreseeable, blah, blah, blah. Unclear. Schallenberg, yep. Italy. France, unclear. The United Kingdom, of course. Yeah. So we have yet to see what happens, guys. But it is sort of, I remember earlier this year, Ireland and Norway and Spain declaring their recognition of a Palestinian state. And I think that was sort of a beginning stage of isolating Israel. And the thing is that if Israel becomes more and more of a fanatical state where they're pushing Palestinians out of their homes and they're annexing the West Bank, or if they're giving free rein to settlers to do acts of violence, and it just gets out of hand to a point where it becomes clearly visible, and it's clearly and conspicuously a problem, a major problem, and injustice is just being done with abandon. I think that Israel will further isolate itself and just become this fanatical state. Would Russia arrest Netanyahu? Plot twist, Putin arrest Bibi. That would be freaking hilarious. I would laugh my ass off if that happens. It's like the Soviet Union never left. It's still here. Here we go. This is for the Bolshevik Revolution. Payback. What else do we got here? So yeah, the fanatics in Israel, they want to do, what do you call it? They want to take land from Gaza and build settlements. That's what they want to do. How many people do you have listening? 34 people. Not bad. Not bad at all, guys. You know who else is a really good streamer? Have you guys ever heard of Maximilian Dude? He's a really good streamer. He plays some really good Japanese anime music. in the background when he streams. All right. So let's talk about this other story that I saw. And this is an example of Israeli fanaticism. This story came out today before the stream started. Maximilian Dude. Yeah, he's been around for a long time. He does a lot of streams on fighting games. Fighting games is a specialty. That's his thing. Putin arrest Bibi and sent him to Birobidzhan. I don't know what that is. Is that like a gulag or something? Payback for Lenin. This is for what Lenin did. Dozens of Jewish extremists in Hebron for annual pilgrimage try to attack top IDF officer. So this is what I'm talking about. The fanaticism in Israel is increasing. It says here that 64% of public does not trust Netanyahu's government's handling of the country. So Netanyahu is becoming more and more unpopular, but he also has his very strong following. So we definitely cannot underestimate that. Look at these photos. It's like something out of the Passion of the Christ. Oh, I wish I can go back to that photo. And it says here that dozens of Jewish extremists in Hebron for an annual pilgrimage tried to attack the head of the IDF Central Command, Major General Avi Bluth, who was the flashpoint West Bank city to secure the gathering, the military says. 5 suspects have been arrested by police after they chased Bluth and the soldiers accompanying him, calling the IDF commander a traitor. The IDF says that the group of young suspects chased Bluth and tried to block an exit that the military needed for operational activity. So it's not just Palestinians doing terrorism. Everyone's like, oh, it's the Palestinians. You have Jewish terrorists as well, and they don't mind attacking their own people. That's the thing. And we've seen this sort of thing before. So, for example, there is the Netza battalion in the IDF. What's it called? Netza Hadadim, I think it's called. Is it Netza? Is it Netza Yehudim? Netza Yehuda. So there's the Netza Yehuda battalion in Israel, and they consist entirely of Orthodox Jews, like hardcore Orthodox Jews, and they are known to actually attack Israeli police officers because Israeli police officers will try to maintain peace between the settlers and the Palestinians in the West Bank. And so the Netza guys will come over and they will side with the settlers against the police, and they will encourage violence against police officers. And there have been times where they actually fought Israeli police officers. So there's definitely a willingness to attack fellow Jews in Israel by the fanatics. And if their numbers grow, and if enough Orthodox Jews are going to be in the IDF, you're talking about an army of Jewish fanatics trained by the IDF who would be very, very dangerous. And these people are bent on creating a theocratic Talmudic state, absent of Christians and absent of non-Jews entirely. So, listen, I don't think this is going to happen next year, but 10, 15, 20 years from now, I think Israel's going to be a completely different country. I don't think we're going to be even recognizing it. So that's my prognostication in regards to Israel. It is 8:15. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours, almost 4 hours. I wonder what the Israeli people who don't like him as their leader anymore will do. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if a civil war breaks out. Birobidzhan is a capital of Jewish autonomous. Oh, okay, the Jewish oblast in Russia. Yeah, it's basically the first Israel. Basically, just the first Israel. I have to make sure to talk directly into the mic. I actually want to talk to you guys about sound mixers. We're going to get a little bit into technology here. Listen, we've talked enough about conflict. I've been doing videos all week. We've been talking about escalation between NATO and Russia. We've been talking about Israel. We've been talking about all this shit, the rise of the right-wing nationalism. All right, we get it. The future, it kind of sucks. But there is something that can comfort us and make us feel warm and fuzzy inside, and that is technology and video games. So I'm going to give you guys kind of a funny story of something that happened to me this week. I became kind of fixated on bettering the quality of my audio. And I started noticing that my audio really just felt off. It just didn't sound good. And sometimes it sounded decent, and then if I got too excited during a recording and I raised my voice a little too high, sometimes my audio would be a little bit too peaky. It would peak way too much, and it would sort of irritate one's ears. And I started noticing a lot of this, and then I started noticing that when you listen to podcasts or professional streamers, their audio is really gentle and smooth, and even when they raise their voices, it doesn't irritate the ears. So I thought to myself, okay, how do I make my streams a more comfortable listening experience? How do I do that? As long as there is live stream, the future does not suck. Absolutely. So I was looking at different audio technology, and I was looking at audio interfaces. And I have a sound mixer. I've been using it for, I want to say, almost a year now. It is called I can't pull it up now because it's all wired up, but it's called the Mackie Mix 5, and it's made by a company called Mackie. Mackie is a company that has a reputation for making sound mixers. It's a sound mixing company. That's what it is. They make sound mixers. And I think they were pretty famous back in the early 2000s, but I don't really see people using Mackie a whole lot anymore. What I'm noticing now is pretty much everyone, or almost everyone, using digital sound mixers. Because if you just use a digital sound mixer, I mean, it's probably simpler, or maybe not. I don't know. I've seen some pretty complicated sound mixer programs, but maybe people just think it's more efficient, or maybe it's just because everyone's just going digital and that's what people do. I don't know. But back in the early 2000s, everyone just used sound mixers. And I got myself a cheap sound mixer called the Mackie Mix 5. It's like $50 or something, maybe more, somewhere around there. It's definitely one of the more cheaper sound mixers, but it has your gain, it has your equalizers, it has your main mix dial, things like that. And I never really took the time to mess around with it and to experiment with it. All I would do when I first got it, all I did was just plug the mic in and put in I would plug in the wires for the main out. That's what it's called, the main out. I have two wires for that, one for the left ear, one for the right ear. And then I would just play with the gain until I got loud enough, and I would just talk. That's pretty much all I would ever do. So I started messing around with OBS filters. The problem with OBS filters is that they can make your voice sound really, really good, really professional. But if you use the background noise control filter that they have way too much, if you just do this, if you just go, hey, you'll just go, it'll be like this. If I say the word fidget or fidgeting, I'll say, hey, stop fidgeting. And that just doesn't sound good. It sounds like garbage. So I don't like that at all. So the only filter that I'm using for OBS right now is just simple sound cancellation. I'm not using the sound cancellation that has a gauge by which to increase or decrease the threshold for how close you have to be to the mic before the filter mutes the noise. I don't want to use that, so I just use the basic sound cancellation, which just cancels out sound. The only problem with using the main sound cancellation filter on OBS is that it's really efficient. It's really reliable. Like, I have a fan going on right now, and you can't hear it. I mean, you can't hear it. The only problem is that it uses a little bit more CPU. So right now I'm using 9.6% CPU, which is kind of high, but things are flowing nicely right now. If I use more filters, it'll require more CPU, so I only use one filter, and that's the one that I need. Everything else is based on the sound mixer. So right now I have my gain up really high, and then on my equalizer, I have the dial for the high part of the equalizer almost all the way to the right, so pretty high. And then for the low part of the equalizer, which makes your voice sound more, how do I say it, like walkie-talkie-ish, I have that actually turned more to the left side so as to make it less, because I want more of a clear voice as opposed to a poofier, more walkie-talkie radio-ish voice. And then for the main mix dial, I have that on pretty low, almost halfway down to the bottom of the dial, because I don't want my voice to come out too loud, because if I do, it'll peak way too much. And then for the level dial, it's called the level dial, which is in the bottom, which really amplifies your voice. It makes you sound super loud. I have that turned more towards the left, not halfway down to the bottom, but almost halfway down to the bottom of the dial, because again, I don't want my voice to peak way too much. I have my gain on pretty high. It's halfway to the highest point of the gain valve. And the reason for that is because I want my voice to be as loud as possible while being controlled as much as possible. I probably haven't figured out everything with this sound mixer. But that's the best that I've been able to do so far with it. Before I figured this out, I said, this sound mixer must really suck, and I don't want it anymore. I want to get something more expensive. Because expensive is better. And that's the mentality that most of us have, right? Expensive is better. So I spent a number of hours looking through different YouTube videos on sound interfaces, right? Sound interfaces, audio interface technology. And I watched a few reviews of some various audio interface products, and I found one that really caught my eye. It was called the Volt 176, Universal Volt 176. Cost about $176 plus shipping and handling. It went up to $190 something, so not super expensive, but not cheap either. All the reviews said it was great, so I said, okay, I'm gonna get this audio interface. It's gonna make my voice sound like a professional radio host. So I got the audio interface, I plugged it in and everything. And one thing I noticed about the audio interface was that there weren't really any dials. There's no dials to it. So there's no equalizer dial. So I can't control the high and the low parts of the equalizer. High making your voice sound smoother, low making your voice sound more walkie-talkie-ish. It is the best, for lack of better terms. There was no main mix valve. There was no main level valve or level valve, which is in the bottom of the sound mixer. It was just an outlet for your mic, and it had an outlet for some instruments and things like that. And then there was 2 outlets for your main out, the left and the right, or L and R as it's presented on the sound mixer. Then there was an outlet for your earphones. It's kicking hard again. Is it too loud? So, yeah. So I plugged in my mic and I started speaking into it. And it did make your voice sound good. Don't get me wrong. The Volt 176. The problem is my voice actually sounded worse than it did when I was using my sound mixer. Funny thing is, the day before I got my Volt 176, I adjusted my Mackie Mix 5 sound mixer to the point where my voice did sound pretty decent. I was like, damn, wow, it sounds a lot better than before. And I was like, wow, I kind of figured out this cheap sound mixer and it sounds pretty decent enough for me. I hope the Volt 176 is going to be better, because if it's not, I'm just going to stick with the cheap Mackie Mix 5. So the Universal Volt 176 comes in, I plug it in and everything, and my voice sounded like a damn walkie-talkie. I mean, it just didn't sound good. It sounded like really poofy. When I elevated my voice, it was peaking way too much. It was irritating to the ears. And it sounded okay, but if I wanted to speak loud, it would peak up way too much. And the only way to prevent that was to lower down the gain to the point where I wasn't going to be loud enough. So, and plus didn't have the equalizer, the high and the low valves for the equalizer, which is really important to make your voice sound smooth. So basically I needed to use OBS, a whole bunch of OBS filters to make the Vault 176 sound a lot clearer when I could just use the Mackie Mix 5 dials, the Mackie Mix 5 to make my voice sound better, using the equalizer, the low and the high valves of the equalizer, as opposed to just going onto OBS. Now, if I have to use more OBS filters, I'm going to burn more CPU, and it's going to slow down my system. So I was kind of in a dilemma. And so I did some more research on how to use the Vault 176 to make my voice sound better. Turns out that I needed to download a super massive ass program that would require 3 gigabytes from my system, and the sound system, it was called Abilite, I think was the name of the program. Massive program, and they are entire tutorials on how to use Universal Abilite, or not Universal, but Abilite, the program. Let me know if the music is too loud, guys. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, man, I got this more expensive Universal Vault 176, but I still got to download this massive ass program, which is going to require a ton of space for my computer. It's probably going to slow down my system. Or if I don't download the program, I'm going to use then the OBS filters, which is going to burn more CPU for my system and thus slow my system down. When, as opposed to that, I can just use the cheap sound mixer that I already have, that already has all the valves to equalize my voice. So you know what I did? I apologized to Mackie. I said, Mackie, come back. We need you. I brought the Mackie back, plugged her back in, and I returned the Vault 176 and got my money back. 20% less. How's that? You see? So sometimes getting the cheap technology, it may not be optimal, but sometimes it's just better for what you have. Sometimes it's just better for the simple setup that you want to use. Because I don't want to use a super complicated setup. I just want to use a simple setup that makes my voice sound decent so I can stream. That's it. I don't want to download a massive program and do all this shit. I wish I can show you guys my my Mix 5. Let me see if I can lift it up here. Hold on. I can't mix it up. I'll have to plug in. Oh, man. I'm going to have to unplug the mic real quick. Hold on one second. That's her. That's the Mackie Mix 5. It's small. It's cheap. I think they go for around $50 right now. Let me look it up real quick. Funny thing is, I could not find a single review on YouTube for the Mackie Mix 5. Now, I found videos of people presenting the Mackie Mix 5, like, here is the new Mackie Mix 5. Here is it. Here it is. I'm just going to raise the music up a little bit. How's that? I couldn't find any videos on YouTube saying, like, here is the Mackie Mix 5. This is how it sounds like. I could just find videos of people saying, oh, yeah, there's the new Mix 5 sound mixer by Mackie. Yeah, here it is. And there's no one on YouTube giving a demonstration of the Mackie Mix 5. Well, I can tell you right now, here is a demonstration of the Mackie Mix 5. I am speaking through the Mackie Mix 5. This is it. Let me turn off my music real quick. So this may be the first review for the Mackie Mix 5 on YouTube. So here it is. Like, here it is. I'm speaking right through it. I have my gain halfway towards the highest point where it would be the loudest. I have my equalizer all calibrated, so I have my high point halfway to the lowest point of the right, so halfway on high, and I have my low that's turned towards the left, not completely down to the left because it would turn off my audio, but towards the left so that it's less, so you have more of that high point. And that's it. This is the Mackie Mix 5. Here it is. So yeah, there's my review. I think it's a good piece of technology. Boom, boom, boom. Is the music too loud? 24 people watching because I started talking about a freaking mix board, soundboard. Mackie Mix 5. Here it is. So yeah, there's my review. I think it's a good piece of technology. That's way too loud. Boom, boom, boom. Is the music too loud? Let's lower it down a little bit. 24 people watching because I started talking about a freaking mix board, soundboard. Mackie Mix 5. Here it is. So yeah, there's my review. I think it's That's way too loud. Boom, boom, boom. Is the music too loud? Let's lower it down a little bit. They don't make them like they used to, absolutely. So do we have any musical recommendations? Or, you know what I'm going to do, gentlemen? I'm going to get a glass of water, and I am going to, I think I'm going to smoke me some tobacco. I think I'm going to smoke me a little bit of that Kentucky Burley. 1 second, okay? Sorry about that, guys. I muted myself there. We're going to smoke some of that old Kentucky Burley. That old American, old-fashioned American tobacco. We'll smoke that old Kentucky Burley. I can't smoke alcohol no more because I got the gout. So I softened up my mind with a little bit of that dried tobacco leaf from Kentucky. Got my old school pipe. Got my, what is it, Dr. Barlow pipe or whatever. I think it's the Dr. Grado. Here we go, boys. Lighter's running out. It's the same pipe you have. It's a good pipe. I've had it for years. I've had this pipe since 2011 or 12. God, why does this thing keep going out? We had some pretty good musical recommendations. Resident Evil. Ooh, let's get some Medieval 2. Little Medieval 2 sound score in the background. What's the Russian song that shook you? Please recommend. I think we did listen to Blackfield Pain, yes, in the last stream. Some strong shit. What's the song? The Russian song. All right. Let's give these songs a listen. Okay, I think somebody already recommended a song. Prognostication. Yep, that's my prognostication. Yes, the English language. I have a great bent to preserve it. Ah, yes. You know, I've always wanted to read the Lord of the Rings books, but my biggest fear behind me not reading them is if I read them, I'll turn into a LARPer. I straight up have this fear. If I read that shit, I'm gonna turn into a zombie. That's my biggest fear. But I hear it's a wonderful work of literature. So what do I sound like, Uncle Rufus? I don't know. That old Kentucky bully. Okay, somebody recommended to me a song. Okay, I'm just gonna play it. The song is called Alone I Set Out on the Road, and channel is called Vek. Alright, let's play the Russian song. Oh, I found it. Okay, here we go.
Выхожу один я
I've
на
heard this song before.
дорогу, сквозь туман, кремнистый путь
Actually, I don't think I have. I don't think I've heard this. Never mind.
блестит. Ночь тиха, пустыня внемлет Богу, и звезда звездою говорит. Ночь тиха, пустыня внемлет Богу, и звезда звездою говорит. В небесах торжественно и чудно спит земля в сиянье голубом. Что же мне так больно и так трудно, жду чего, жалею ли о чем? Что ничего я и не жаль мне прошлого ничуть. Я еще свободы и
The lyrics are really nice in this song. I like this one here. I see no hope in years to come. Doomerish.
И не жаль мне прошлого ничего.
Have no regrets for things gone by. That's what they say here.
Я еще свободы и покоя я хотел забыться и заснуть. Я еще свободы и покоя я хотел забыться и заснуть.
That was really good. Very good. What other song recommendations do we have? I think we have like 11 people watching this stream. They all left. They're like, this dude's talking about fucking soundboards, listening to Russian music, and smoking leaves and shit. Oh man, we're out. All right, let's listen to this one. They're a Russian song. A song about smoking. All right, let's give this a listen. This is a classic Doomer song. Here we go.
Встал рано утром, закурил сигарету. Перед едой сигарету достал. Вчера очень плотно в столовой пообедал и зажег сигарету, не отходя от поста. Курить очень в среду. Одну сигарету и вторую сигарету. Пускаю дым я кольцами в субботу к обеду. Когда курю сигарету, курю сигарету. Страсть к курению мне очень нравится. Курю сигарету, и она повторяется. Люблю смотреть, как пепел из нее осыпается. Курю сигарету, и она повторяется. Моя страсть к курению мне очень нравится. Курю сигарету, и она повторяется. Люблю смотреть, как пепел из нее осыпается. Курю сигарету, и она.
That was really good. Oh, that's magic. There's some magic ass Doomer Russian stuff. This is another one here. I found it here in the recommended. I like this one also.
Нервує життя, що дивує так всіх нас.
This is the song that you listen to when you've done an all-nighter and you're watching the sun rise. This is what you listen to, right? Or at least this is what you feel. A Rumble account would help, maybe. Maybe I should start streaming on Rumble and YouTube at the same time. I don't know. Oh, 24 people now went back up. I guess the Russian music scared them away.
Знову грав наш останній вальс, та навколо все в снігах. Моя нічка без тепла, затікаю у бігах, де жиється палка весна. І я вже пішов, не шукай мене марно, поволі звигаєш до неба. І я вже пішов, та напевно назавжди, хоча й не знаю, чи цей сон може бути навіки. І я вже пішов, не шукай мене марно, поволі звикаєш до неба. І я вже пішов, та напевно назавжди, хоча й не знаю, чи цей сон може бути навіки.
There's another song here. Okay, hold on. I like these doomer songs. It's just a wonderful aesthetic. Okay, here we go. 12 million views for this one.
В общем вагоне, в пустынном купе ехал солдат в погонах ВВ. Ехал со службы в родные края.
Oh my god.
Ехал и думал.
Stalker 2 came out and it's for the Xbox Series. Oh, I gotta get this game. But I'm gonna wait for it to get cheaper though. I'm not gonna get it now.
Как встретят друзья. Смех в коридоре все думы прервал. Десантник с друзьями в проходе стоял. А ну-ка, пехота, давай-ка вперед. Не видишь, десант на посадку идет. Молча солдат на друзей посмотрел и чуть подальше с друзьями отсел. А правда, Серега, поют вам везде. Едем домой под охраной ВВ.
Not bad. It kind of reminds me of something you would hear in Metro Exodus, which was an amazing video game, by the way. I think the Polish guy recommended a song, but I'm not seeing it here. I'm not seeing it. We've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. I have a whole playlist dedicated to Doomer music. Any more recommendations, guys? Anything?
When we were alone, we used to lie on the grass and we would count every star. We would cry, we would laugh. I couldn't believe I was old and your golden skin against mine. When you were away, I used to breathe on the glass and I would write our initials together at last. And even through our self-doubt, we're still standing. Won't you reach out, take my hand and dance with me across the clouds, soaring at the speed of sound. Just two ghosts in the night sky, burning like a fire through a bright blue skyline. Watch the whole world turn to dust, float away and fall in love, hand in hand through the night sky. the bright blue skyline. Caught in the cold and I was pulling you close. I noticed your eyelashes were covered in snow. Still holding on to the golden moments spent by your side. There in your room, I said I love you, I swore. And with your head on my chest, I could melt through the floor. And now I'm not afraid, I'll take my chances. Won't you reach out, take my hand and dance with me across the clouds, soaring at the speed of sound. Just two ghosts in the night sky, burning like a fire through a bright blue skyline.
All right. If I don't get any musical recommendations, I'm just going to play one of my songs. But yeah, you're right. I didn't play the slow version of this one. Hold on. Yeah, I was waiting for a while for Stalker 2 to come out, and now it has been released. Oh, damn. But I'm going to wait for it to get cheaper. Slow and reverbed. All right, let's give this a listen.
Ну кто же знал, не утонув, я попаду на этот остров. Берегу на берегу твоих волос густые волны так приятно укрывало бирюзовым одеялом. Я раскрылся, умирая, но к тебе опять ныряю. Я не знал, не утонув, меня прибьет на эти камни. Избивается песок, он то ли порох, то ли сахар. Кровоточит мои шрамы под холодными лучами. Светят инопланетяне, притворяются глазами. Я не знал, не утонув, не захочу я сплюнуть в море. Захлебнувшись в пересмерти, наслаждался вкусом соли. Закурил на берегу, пальцы, губы, порох спички. Нашел пулю я одну и коснулся моря птичкой.
Я устала повторять волнами крики свои молча. Прикоснулась к твоим пальцам, тая море этой ночи. Так приятно награждала ароматом я твой воздух. Спи, плачь, прекрасный странник, утонуть не будет поздно.
That's pretty good. I like it. I'll save that one to my my playlist of Doomer songs. Oh, somebody recommended me a Serbian song. Sweet Body Fit, I'll play your recommendation after this one. No, I forgot yours. Okay, yes, I wish to proceed. Okay, we're getting into the classic stuff here. This is like classic Serbian singing. Not bad. Very classy Serbian style. Sweet Body recommended a song. Burnth Airflow. Okay. We'll see how this goes. All right. Here we go. All right, here we go, guys. Okay, so far so good. I like the rhythms. I like the guitar. This is very deep. There's like different dimensions of noise that are being played here, and it's just it invokes a deep feeling within you. That's really good. I saved that song to my playlist. Divine Soldier in the house. TFR OST, Chained Reaction. All right. This looks interesting.
Власть наша, и вся система, она пытается сказать таким людям: ты одинок, ты одиночка. Сначала важно запугать, а потом доказать, что ты один. Важно не чувствовать себя одиноким, потому что, конечно, на месте Волан-де-Морта я бы очень хотела,
I hope this escalates to something.
чтобы ты чувствовал себя одиноким.
Круговая порука мажет, как копоть. Я беру чью-то руку, а чувствую.
Okay, we're getting good.
Я ищу глаза, а чувствую взгляд, где выше голов находится за красным восходом.
This is pretty fucking good. Hot damn. I'm shocked this video only got 9.4 thousand views in 1 month, damn. Man. Let's listen to some more. Made completely with like cheap electronic sound, but totally epic at the same time.
Здесь суставы вялы, а пространство огромное. Здесь составы смели, чтобы сделать колонны. Одни слова для кухонь, другие для улиц. Здесь брошенный орудий ради бройлерных куриц. И я держу равнение, даже целуясь скованных.
I'd love to know the lyrics for this.
Цепью связанных, мной целью скованных, мной цепью связанных, мной целью скованных, мной цепью связанных, мной целью скованных, мной цепью связанных.
Nice. Really good. I saved that song for sure. You recommended another song here. This is Adam Krieg. All right, let's give this a listen. You got me hooked. No. Not as good. Yeah, this is not as good. The other one had a lot of spirit. Mechan's Division, Troph Division. Trough Division. All right. Ooh. Yeah, you recommended me a Machina song last stream, and it was really good. I couldn't stop listening to it off stream. Couldn't stop listening to it. Let's give this one a listen. All right, this is good. nice rhythm. There's just so much emotion here. There's just, I don't know what it is. It's just like I can't describe it in words. You just know what I'm talking about. There's just so much. There's like a whole dimension of emotion being expressed here. The voice, the way that the voice is soft and gentle and melodic, and then the guitar riffs are rough and strong, and it's just the blend of the two different emotions, the two different vibes, if you will, just come together and make a really unique vibe unto itself. There's more emotion being expressed here. We're now kind of going into a different stage of sound here. This style of music, I just can't stop listening to it. That other song that you recommended to me last week, I just couldn't stop listening to it. The next day I was on that song. I just couldn't stop listening to it. It's like old school Evanescence. It reminds me of Evanescence's earliest album. Really good. Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's give this a listen. Kim Wilde, Trail of Destruction. All right, let's give this a listen. Yeah, not as good. That you was crashing down again. Always there. You're still the man that you used. Yeah, it's kind of too 80ish for me. Let's see here. Soft Siren, 4 a.m. All right. Ooh, this looks promising. It's a little bit too soft for me. Painkiller, Judas Priest. Oh Lord, I know I'm gonna have issues with this one. I know it. Yeah. This is too dry for me. There's no spirit in this music. Oh no! I'm out. All right, guys. I've been here for how long? Around 5 hours. So here we go. What about Snake Eater? Big classic James Bond vibe right there. What about Snake Eater? I don't know. Did you recommend a song? I don't know. Is there a song that I could recommend to you guys? Let's see here. Is there a song that I could recommend to you guys? Let's see here. Maybe we can end on a high note here. I don't want to end on a low note. I don't want to end on a depression note. I'm gonna end it with this song. Here we go, guys. This is the song that I recommend to you guys. All right. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Я зашел на твою страницу и увидел твои фото, все грустные воспоминания из ниоткуда Будда. Но ведь мы оба знали, это все потеряешь, но уже ничего не вернуть. Когда-нибудь
It's
будет
just like
хорошо.
1990s, seriously, like early 1990s vibes, just straight up coming out of this song.
Здесь сейчас, энтузиазм проявлен мой. Здесь сейчас, когда-нибудь вся грусть уйдет. Здесь сейчас, нам будет не до нее. Когда-то мне бывает очень грустно. Казалось бы, все круто, но в душе слишком пусто. Я не знаю, чем заполнить эту пропасть во мне. Я буду думать вечно о тебе. Когда-нибудь будет хорошо, но не сейчас, энтузиазм проявлен мой. Здесь сейчас, когда-нибудь вся грусть уйдет. Здесь сейчас, нам будет не до нее.
That's a really good song. It's just very punky. It's just great. Oh, there was one song I wanted to... There was one song that I had from Russia that I really liked. Oh, where is it? I hate when I forget a song. Here, I'll play one of your guys' recommended here. Hold on. Hold on. What about Snake Eater? I don't know. It doesn't sound very good. Let me see. Snake Eater. Is this, oh, Metal Gear Solid?
I'm searching and I'll melt.
All right, you know, I'll give this a listen here.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you.
This is like Japanese stuff.
What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
This is a lot better than I thought it would be. Yeah, you're right. Definite James Bond vibes, but it has that sort of kind of classy Japanese anime sound to it.
Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life,
Not bad.
not for honor, but for you.
Man, I could just totally hear this in a cafe somewhere.
In my time,
Wow.
there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still
Not bad.
in a dream, snake eater.
This is pretty good. I'm gonna save this one. This is pretty good.
I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
That's pretty damn good. Wow. I tell you, man, video games, they produce some of the best music out there. There was one Russian song I was looking for. This is not the one. Hold on, I'm trying to find this song real quick.
Число фонарей умножая на 2.
No. I like this one. There was one song I was looking for that I cannot find. It drives me crazy. It drives me nuts that I can't find it. Is this the one? That is not the one. Drives me nuts that I can't find it. Is this the one? No, it's not the one. That is not the one. It's a Polish song that I have. Wait, is this the one? No, it's not the one. Drives me nuts that I can't find this damn song. Got 15 people watching. 14 people. Drives me nuts that I can't find this damn song. What else do we have from you guys? Machina, The Horizon. All right. One second, real quick. Hold on. Let me check. Is this the song? Oh, this is the song. I think this is. All right, let's go back. Hold on. This has such a unique vibe. I don't know why. It's just so good, this music. is really good. These are all really good songs. I'm going to save this one. Make a list. That's going to be I'll try. What is the name of that song? I'll put the link in the chat. Using 11 CPUs right now. All right, guys, I think I'm going to get going here. It's been really fun. We had a great time. Great stream tonight, guys. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow if I have the inspiration or the thoughts to make another video. All right, see you guys later. Have a good weekend, and it was a great stream. You guys just heard some theology.